Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the OFF İSTANBul International Startup Summit. I am Kübra Akkoç, a journalist at TRT World. It's my pleasure to be your host during the summit this week. It's great to have your company. To all our guests coming from abroad and other cities across Turkey, welcome to Istanbul, one of the most beautiful cities in the world. I'm so excited and can't wait to make the summit kick off because we have a very fruitful agenda ahead. Before we start, I'd like to kindly remind you that during the summit there will be a simultaneous translation available from English to Turkish and Turkish to English. You can take your headphones from outside the conference hall. So this is the technology and startup event of the region organized by the Turkish technology team, Turkey's Industry and Technology Ministry and the Investment Office of Turkey's presidency. For the next 3 days, outstanding people with their success stories and inspiring experiences are going to be on this stage. We are bringing together investors, startups and corporations here in this building to exchange their ideas, and also these startups that are already proven themselves as promising. We are creating a networking environment for all participants, for entrepreneurs, corporations, investors who are willing to collaborate. And let me remind you, this year we are hosting 91 startups, 61 investors, 22 corporations, and 33 mentors this year. What the summit is offering to entrepreneurs is getting mentorship, an opportunity to pitch their ideas and projects on the stage and convince the judges that their projects will brighten the future. And of course, there will be a prize in the end, and believe me, it's a good one. The OFF İSTANBul is granting $45,000 in total for the top 3 startups. Looking forward to seeing who will be them. All right then, let's start. It's now my pleasure to invite Mr. Serdar Gürbüz, member of the Turkish Technology Team, or T3 Foundation's Board of Trustees and Board of Directors, to the stage for his opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him. Hoş geldin.
Mentors, students, and all other our beloved guests. Welcome to the 5th TOFF International Startup Summit, which is mainly organized by Turkish Technology Team. And I want to thank Mr. Professor İsmail Koyuncu for hosting us here in Istanbul Technical University in this beautiful salon and beautiful campus. Today, I want to talk with you about Turkish Technology Foundation and TOFF startup event briefly, what we have done for the last 5 years, both in TOFF and in T3 Foundation and our main event, Technofest organization. I will have a small presentation which will mainly stating about what we are doing in these spaces. So I will start first with our foundation, T3 Foundation. We have founded this foundation in 2016 with a bunch of technology ethnoceanists and managers, entrepreneurs, and from different sectors or from different areas of technology. And while we were starting this journey, we aim to educate our young children. We want to educate our generations in terms of technology because in the first place, we believe that technology will be the main source of development of countries. That's why we focused first on the education of the young children. Then we have started a project named DENEAP. DENEAP means Maker Labs in English, and in these Maker Labs, we have provided a great curriculum for the young people to be educated in terms of nanotechnology, machine learning, computer programming, and all other related areas. And this Maker Labs provides 3 years, a 3-year program for them to be educated in terms of technology and for them to develop new stuff, new projects and new startups while they were learning. And then we continue to our works on different areas of this technology education programs. And then we have found science centers. We called it Bilim Türkiye. And these science centers now all around Turkey, and they are providing even younger children to be educated within different, again, maker labs, to be educated about natural sciences or mathematical sciences or other science areas. And with these places, DNAP and Bilim Türkiye, we are trying to provide our young children an opportunity for them to be educated in terms of science and technology. And apart from that, we have built also T3 Startup Center. So it was one of the main figures of our foundation, because we are educating people from the youngest ages, and then we are supporting them during their education, of course, in high school or in university. And then we are also providing them a support after they graduated and they want to build their own startup, their own company. That's why we have built a T3 Startup Center in 2017. And so far, we are organizing this event and also different support programs for the startups. Another thing, Technofest is one of the greatest events of the world in terms of technology, aviation, and aerospace. And I put on my red coat today because Takeoff is part of Technofest organization, and we will always be a part of Technofest, and will continue to be part of Technofest in the future. So, apart from this, we have also projects around science centers. Bilim Üsküdar is one of them. We are mainly designing all the areas of this science center in Üsküdar, and it will be open very close soon. And we have also other projects like Discovery Campus, and also these type of projects will contribute again the educating of the young and awareness, technology, increasing the technology awareness of the young people of Turkey. And I want to go a little deeper for T3 Startup Center. So we have basically 3 different programs, as you can see in the presentation. We have an entrepreneurship training program. This program is for high school students, and this is, again, is for increasing the awareness of our high school students in terms of technology and in terms of technology entrepreneurship. So we are providing a 1-year program for them. They are reading books, they are gathering with successful entrepreneurs, successful founders, and then we are trying to provide them an opportunity to become a startup founder when they develop themselves in terms of the area that they are focusing on. And the second program is Technofest Startup Program. As most of you have known, in Technofest we have more than 40 technology competitions, and within these competitions, many, and last year especially, more than 600,000 students applied to those technology competitions. And within those competitions, they are competing in terms of machine learning, in terms of artificial intelligence, or unmanned aerial devices, or underwater devices. So there are many areas that they are working on, that they are competing on. And with that program, we didn't want them just to compete, but we want them to build a startup and corporation and enterprise around their competing area. That's why we have started Technofest Startup Program last year, and we have provided them many support like grants, like office spaces or technical mentorship and supports like this. And thirdly, we have an investment program, and with this investment program, as a foundation, we are funding startups, technology startups, in the areas where we are focusing on, like education technologies or, automation technologies. So in that program, we are listening to startups monthly, and we are evaluating with the board of our T3 Foundation. And then we will decide whether we are investing on that startup or not. And we are not just providing a fund for them. So we are also putting all our network and all our expertise in that startups also. And as I mentioned, we are organizing Takeoff for the 5th time this year, and we have started this journey in 2018 within the first Technofest organization. And so far, we have organized 3 events in Istanbul, and the last event was in Baku, Azerbaijan, Baku. And during these years, actually, we have changed the format of the event a little bit, and this year we'll also have a unique agenda, and we have a unique schedule for startups to meet with mentors and to meet with investors and corporations also. And after these 3 days of networking and speeches, and we will select 3 unique startups, and we will award them with prizes that we have mentioned. And in 2018, it was the first time that we were building this event. The main vision of the event at that year actually was to make Istanbul a hub for the startups all around the globe, because we know Istanbul has a unique place. You can fly within 3 hours to more than 60 countries in the world. That's why we want to make Istanbul a startup hub. And we have more than 15 million people living in Istanbul, and many of them young. And these young, educated people can make a startup successful. That's why we want Istanbul to be a center. And with that vision, we have started Takeoff event in 2018, and we want startups around the world to come to this event. That's why we are making this an international event, not just an event for Turkey. And then we continue our journey in 2019, and in that year, we have moved to Atatürk Airport, which was Technofest main base at that time. And then after we passed 2020 because of the COVID, we didn't want to make an online event, and at that time we were not able to make a physical event. That's why we passed that year, and in 2021, we organized the event again in Atatürk Airport with Technofest organization. And this year, we want the event to be more, how can I say, more free from Technofest organization, because Technofest is a huge organization. There are lots of competitions, and there are many visitors. More than millions of visitors are visiting the event. But we want to focus more on the startup side, and that's why this year we organized a separate event other than Technofest, and we choose İTÜ, heart of the startup ecosystem in Turkey, to bring this event. That's why we make this event here this year. And this year we have nearly 1,000 applications, startup applications for the event, and we have selected more than 90 of them. And these startups are coming from 60 different countries. And today we will listen today we will listen many of these startups, and next day we will select some of them for the semifinals, and the third day we will select for them to be finalists. And what we offer during the event, and these words are for the startups. You can connect with investors. You can find them in the second floor of this building, and you can connect with corporate companies. There are many corporate companies. Some of them have a special startup program also. You can connect with them and make some business relationships with them. They may interest in your solution and may become a customer of your solution. We have also keynotes. There will be many special guests, and after me, Mr. Haluk Görgün will also talk again, the CEO of Aselsan. And there will be master classes for the startups again, which you can benefit from the people who can teach you how you can find funding easily or build a great presentation. And we have also mentorship sessions, which startups will mainly doing today. And these mentorship sessions will also contribute to our evaluations for the semifinals and finals also. And after all, this is a startup event, and you can do many more networking as you can during the event. As I mentioned, we have a prize for the first place of the startup, and it is $20,000 US dollars, and for the second place it is 15,000, and the third place for 10,000. But again, I said these are not just the prizes for the winners, so benefit from all the events, networking and meeting with other investors as well. And we have also many investors and corporations, and you can see the names of these corporations. And we try to bring more investors and more companies to here because we want them to be engaged with startups, and we believe this will benefit both for investors, corporations, and startups also. And I will mention again a brief information about the agenda. Today we will listen some keynotes, very powerful keynotes, and startups will discuss their business ideas, business models with the mentors, and mentors will select 30 of the startups for tomorrow's semifinals. And tomorrow we will again have keynotes, and also we will have startup pitches. The semifinalist startup pitches will be on the stage, and the jury will select 10 of them. And the third day, it will be the main day of the event, and at that day there will be again special keynotes. Selçuk Bayraktar will be here, and he will give a speech also. And we will listen again the finalist startups, and then we will select the 3 champions. This is the end of my talk. Again, I'm very honored to open this event again in the 5th year, and welcome you on behalf of Turkey Technology team. Thank you very much.
Serdar Gürbüz, ladies and gentlemen, member of T3 Foundation's Board of Trustees and Board of Directors. I'd like to thank you for your opening remarks, sir. All right, everyone, how are we feeling? Are we okay? Nasılsınız? Where we are is one of the most beautiful university campuses across Turkey, Istanbul Technical University. And also with us today, Professor Dr. İsmail Koyuncu, Rector of the Istanbul Technical University. So if you can come to the stage and say a few words, we'd appreciate.
Dear guests, I would like to welcome all of you to our Istanbul Technical University, and I am very happy to host this wonderful organization in our campuses, which is one of the best campuses in the world. I hope you will have a wonderful time in the next 3 days, and you will do very good cooperations in this organization. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, let's continue. Now we have a keynote speech. It's called Deep Technology Entrepreneurship in Turkey and in the World. And it now gives me great pleasure to invite Professor Dr. Haluk Görgün, Chairman and CEO of Turkey's largest defense company, Aselsan.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Actually, it's my privilege to be here, and I would like to thank you for organizing team, having me on the stage for today. So I know that they put very hard work from the beginning, from earlier 5 years ago and today, and I have go through the program, and it has been excellent program. I hope every individual like it and benefited from bottom to top, because there is a huge kitchen work behind this international event, and I again thank you for the organizing team for this event, and also thanks to President of the University, Professor İsmail Bey, for hosting us today in the beautiful campus in Istanbul. Today I would like to exchange some experiences, what we see through the deep technology the startups, and also share with you what we are planning to do for near future for this entrepreneur programs for Aselsan, and what we are planning to do. As all we know that, especially lately, for the last 10 years, we have observed that in that period which the technological investments have increased rapidly. Of course, we know that the investment acceleration in 90s, which started with the discovery of the internet, and followed by the 2000s with the increase of the use of mobile devices. This situation gained a new dimension with the emergence of a cloud solution for data storage, both in hardware and software. And now we have entered the new age of deep technology. So the time is, as we all aware, the changing, and the technology is changing rapidly, and with the contribution of each of us. And when we have the feedbacks easily to producers or designers or engineers rapidly in many means of different ways, so it helps, and we contribute as an individual for this technology changing. And soon we know that we will have very different technologies too, and we are at the dawn of this digital age. We are all, and where the life is, will be digitally powered and equipped with the artificial limbs and invisible wearable technologies. And this groundbreaking technological innovation is expected to be thanks to deep tech startups, actually. And when you look up what the deep technology is, and it is defined as groundbreaking solutions built around those technological or scientific advances that are unique or difficult to reproduce. Deep tech startups, on the other hand, are high-risk ventures that require large investments, but also offer chance to solve major problems and require patient capital, actually. Therefore, deep tech technology ecosystem needs more support, what we believe. And nevertheless, the expectation for the deep tech startups has caused the investment made in these technologies worldwide to quadruple in the last 5 years and reach $60 billion by 2020. It's also known that the majority of these investments reach startups which are just at the beginning of their entrepreneurial adventure. Deep tech startups start their entrepreneurial adventures with an extended R&D process in order to reach breakthrough technological outputs. In this sense, it is very important to start entrepreneurial activities with a strong technical team. Especially in the first months, the highest level of knowledge sharing by the founding team can accelerate the process of obtaining the first prototype. However, compared to the regular startup, the time required for the deep technology startups products to hit the market is quite long. With today's technology, commercialization and the market access takes time of an average of 2.4 years blockchain technologies and 2.9 years in autonomous vehicles, and up to 4 years technologies that requires the test and certification process. On the average, the commercialization period of the products of deep tech entrepreneurs is close to 3.5 years. As you can appreciate, it becomes very difficult for startups that cannot reach the market and generate income until this time. While developing deep technology, it may not always be possible to obtain the appropriate output by making scientific approaches. The technical methods followed to achieve these results in these studies may not always lead to expected results. This situation shows that not only the long access times to market, but also the inability to reach technical results is an important risk for the deep tech startups. Studies show that the startups established to develop advanced technology have more needs in terms of testing, infrastructure, and investment compared to the other technology startups. In 2021, a total $14 million was invested in 24 startups in the field of advanced technology by the investors in our country. When compared to other fields, it's seen that increasing and disseminating these investments is important to keep more enterprises alive. It is seen that there are some steps need to be taken as the Turkey's ecosystem, especially in order to reduce the risk of deep tech startups and to keep more startups alive. It is seen that there are 1307 deep tech startups in our country as of 2021, of which 588 located in Istanbul, 314 of which in Ankara, and followed by Izmir, 118. Considering the angel and venture capital investment made in 2021, Istanbul ranks 13 among the European cities in terms of investment amount. Considering the number of the investment agreements, Istanbul is the fourth city in Europe where the most investments are made after London, Berlin, and Paris. As Aselsan, we have observed this potential and started to be among the corporate supporters that our entrepreneurs can reach in Turkey, especially in Istanbul and Ankara. With a decision we took in May 2021, we established our Aselsan Entrepreneurship Center in Ankara, Macunköy campus. In January 2022, we have signed a cooperation agreement with Technopark Istanbul and opened our communication offices in Cube Incubation Building. Hopefully, in the second half of 2023, our Aselsan building will be completed again in the Technopark Istanbul campus. We will open a large part of this building to deep tech entrepreneurs as open and closed offices and a fast prototyping workshop. While establishing our Aselsan Entrepreneurship Center, we have set targets such as increasing the number of deep technology startups and developing domestic and national advanced technologies supporting competent human resources in the ecosystem. This will contribute to the technological ecosystem of our country. We believe that. In addition, we have planned a process in which spin-offs will emerge as a result of internal entrepreneurship activities within the company. In addition, it is aimed to contribute to our startups, defense industry, and the national economy by ensuring that the products of entrepreneurs are commercialized both in our country and in the global arena. While determining the support of the Aselsan Entrepreneurship Center, we reviewed the difficulties and needs of technology startups. In the first part of speech, I mentioned that the deep technology startups have a long time to market and there is a risk of technology development. When the needs of deep technology startups are also evaluated, it's seen that they need financing to establish technical infrastructure and provide related hardware and software needs. In addition, establishing a business network for market access and the technical mentoring needs were also analyzed in order to reduce the technical risks. In these studies, it is stated that there are deficiencies in business expertise in the enterprises that have a strong technical aspect, especially in the startups established by the academic entrepreneurs. In our Aselsan Entrepreneurship Center, in order to meet the needs of deep technology entrepreneurs and reduce the risk, we have identified some important support mechanisms. These are training, mentoring, marketing and promotion, office, laboratory and infrastructure, bringing investors and entrepreneurs together. Of course, we can say that one of the strongest aspects of Aselsan is its technical specialized human resources with advanced technology in their fields. Our employees who have 10 years or more academic or industry experience in their field will provide technical mentorship support to the entrepreneurs in our programs. In the mentor pool, we have created, there are over more than 150 employees. In total, 40% of whom have doctoral degrees and 10% of mentors are managerial level. With the infrastructure support, Aselsan capabilities such as mechanical and electronic assembly, computer-aided design, measurement, testing, and additive manufacturing are made available to entrepreneurs who are accepted in our programs. Marketing and promotional supports are also among our very important support mechanisms. It is planned to support our startups in our programs by opening stands in the fairs suitable for the field of technology. Our startups will be able to promote their products and technological in domestic and international fairs where the Aselsan can take part, but small enterprises cannot find the opportunity to open their stands. We do not have entrepreneurs. Actually, we do not leave entrepreneurs alone with the challenging journey by transferring Aselsan's knowledge, business style and experience on deep technology to related startups. Actually, we say that we stand by entrepreneurs and we say we exist. Thank you very much. Teşekkür ederim. Sağ olun.
Professor Dr. Haluk Görgün, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank him for his opening remarks, Chairman and CEO of Aselsan. We are continuing with a fireside chat. It's called Invest in 360. Let me invite our panelists to the stage now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Hande Enes, tech investor. Enes who... All right, I'm just continuing to introducing our guests. Enes Hulli, General Partner at 500. Banu Korgül, Managing Director at Selçuk Bayraktar Startup Investments. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome all of them to the stage in a moment. In the meantime, are we still okay? Are we still excited and happy? Hande Enes, Enes Hulli, Banu Korgül, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, everyone. We are still waiting for our
I'm the only
panelist.
one with a mic. I can do a monologue.
Microphone, but no worries. We can't be heard out.
Okay, this is the spirit. This is the spirit.
Alayım beraber.
Please bear with us.
Gel, yapıştır.
In the meantime, I'd like to kindly remind you that simultaneous translation will be available from Turkish to English, English to Turkish. If you still didn't get your headphones, you can get them from outside the conference hall.
Teşekkürler, aldım.
Team effort.
We VCs do our work all the time by ourselves. We are very used to it, huh?
I'm so lucky, sitting at the middle, the only male on stage.
Floor is yours, people.
Thank you. Hi. I am very excited from my side. Very valuable two people. Very proud to be together with you.
Three
in that
people.
sense. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And I think this is a great moment for me too, because Selçuk Bayraktar is a very influential brand all around the world, affecting the pathway of history right now. And that was one of my biggest dreams, that he will touch the youth through investment. And Selçuk Bayraktar is ready to invest. So please talk about the story of this investment, how it's going to go, and whatever you want to tell, whatever you can tell.
So
share
I'll
with
start.
us.
Of course you'll start.
Thank you.
There's a lot of material there.
As you may have remembered, in Samsun at Technofest, Selçuk Bayraktar announced that he founded a investment firm named SB Startup Investments, which is formed to provide investment and other support to local startups, especially in deep tech industries and healthcare, etc. We provide early and seed stage support mainly, and although we don't have a very strict focus, we address deep tech startups, as Mr. Haluk Görgün addressed earlier. There's a huge need for deep tech startups in Turkey. We were founded early this year. Although it's been a few months, we started working even before the foundation date. We are working together with T3 Foundation, and we are working with Technofest graduates, we'd like to call them. There are a lot of good success stories over there. That's a really distinguishing factor among them. They all are started working on tech projects early on. And after a few years, some of them have built their own startups. We are working with them. Also, Selçuk Bayraktar announced that they formed a new foundation, Canan Bayraktar Public Health Foundation, whose focus is on research and development on psychology, psychiatry, oncology, immunology, genetics. And they also plan to provide financial support for families with psychiatric and oncology patients. So that's a very big thing. And we are also working with them. They are providing the R&D phase support. We are trying to provide investment support for the ones that are already have a product, they're already on the market, etc. Since Mr. Haluk addressed almost all aspects of deep tech needs, I don't want to take your time on that. Maybe in the upcoming parts, I'll talk more about the health part.
How do you define deep tech? What's deep tech? What's not deep tech? Where do you draw the line?
I mean, deep tech cuts almost all verticals, so it's not easy to differentiate the amount of investment it gets, but it's fairly easier to define tell the definition. We say that a deep tech startup is a startup whose solution provides a substantial amount of scientific and engineering aspects, and so uses a lot of engineering aspects of a solution. And also, it's like, for example, you do something with artificial intelligence, like vision recognition, etc. That's a tech startup. But when artificial intelligence is formed, or when machine learning is first come to the market, that's a deep tech issue. And it's not always in defense industry or robotics industry. A lot of health startups or logistics startups can use deep tech too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I want to ask you the same question. How do you define that?
I can't, that's the problem. I can't define deep tech, it's tough. And when I look into some of the deep tech funds, especially in Europe, I see that we overlap a lot. So obviously I think it's a spectrum, everything's a spectrum. I think half of our investments can be called deep tech investments, and then other deep tech funds can invest in them. For example, we have a biotech company that just became a unicorn, billion to one. What they do is they do very accurate AI-based molecular counting technology, and their core focus has been prenatal testing. The second market is liquid biopsy in the oncology space. That's a deep tech investment, but I think half of our portfolio is there. But when you compare us to a deep tech fund, on that spectrum, I think we're much more closer to commercialization than very deep tech. So obviously it's a spectrum. Do we have any very deep tech investments that would take 3 to 5 years to commercialize? I don't think so. I don't think we do.
For my definition, it's kind of has to do with the environment it affects.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when it's not like a technology provider or an enabler, it's affecting the brands, you know, or it's to the customers, that is the B2C part, the users and everything. But when you are a deep tech, your influence area, your game changer prospect is really affecting the other side of the stories that you cannot even think about the relationship with. So that's how I defined the deep tech. And I agree with you that it's so hard to to invest in them with the classical VC idea that we are in. Why the VCs normally invest in 5 years, then they have to liquidate their shares in 5 years. But sometimes deep tech to mean something takes years to produce something that is called product. So I think in coming years, when we are trying to focus on people that will change all the environment for a better world, we are going to work on the definition of VCs. And I think we're going to have different type of VCs as the savior of this planet. For now, I don't think, because of our mandates, I think that's not a very much solution for our portfolio, and I'm very, very sorry with that. I hope that there's going to be this VC environment where the associations can be LP and the partners, and we can look to far and far for better and peaceful world, I assume.
Definitely. With the current VC structure, we can't. With a fund that's only 10 years, that has a 10-year fund life cycle, you can't do a 20-year investment. I want to ask you, why deep tech? How did you, I mean, what was the main reasoning behind it? Is it because there's too much opportunity and not enough funds? Or is it more because they generate the largest impact for humanity? Why deep tech?
Both actually. What we wanted, when we started, we wanted to support startups who actually, their product actually has a very meaningful impact on human lives. That is accessible through deep tech startups. Plus, we also believe, I mean, I personally attended two Technofest. When you start working with young people, you see that it's underestimated. We underestimate ourselves a lot, and we shouldn't do that. There are a lot of young science people who, I think, given the opportunity, or at least if the financial burden of their roadmap is taken away, if they are given a hand, they can achieve great things. So both, but we're also aware of the challenges deep tech encounters. It takes a lot of R&D phase. Testing phase is longer than other startups. Also, as Mr. Haluk Orgun addressed, it requires a huge infrastructure investment too. But it's worth it. The results are worth it. Plus, there's a lot of, when you look at the last year's investment numbers, deep tech startups and healthcare startups are very few, almost none, for the private sector investments. Government policies, government institutions also, of course, are adding value, but the private investment funds should be more, and that's why we're trying to come in.
Can you hear us, or a bit higher maybe we need? Higher, good, okay. So we have to...
Shout,
We
like
have
shout
to
it. Yeah.
You have to say, Selçuk Bayraktar is investing. Banu. Higher.
And do you have any deep tech investments? I mean, you invest your own money, you don't have a fund life, you can invest 30, 50 years for your grandsons, whatever. Do you do deep tech investments?
Honestly, what I do, I think what a little disruption ecosystem is that before I get into this area, everyone was calling to the individual investors as angels. Angels. Bringing money, not accepting anything. I changed that. I am not an angel. I am not evil, or I'm not a tooth fairy. I am an investor. I put money into it. I want to share this money with you fairly, contribute to this money fairly. I'm as exactly as VC, I'm checking the analytics. I have the same, deal flow, taking care of processes. And I think that's kind of like my contribution to the platform. An individual investor acting like a VC. Honestly, putting money into someone's hard work is also letting them to commit their most valuable capital, time.
Yeah.
If something is not going to go anywhere, you should not put money onto this, because if he cannot find the money, he will change and stop spending this most wonderful capital that you cannot replace, time. So that was my attitude, acting like a VC. But it's a difference between actually VC money and individual money.
Yeah.
We have started probably exactly the same time in Turkish ecosystem, but because of VC have mandates, when people give money to VCs, they are saying that you have some, not to-do lists in that sense. So whenever you experience something, if it's against your mandate, you have to wait for your second fund to first recorrect the mandates and to apply your experiences. And that's the same case also with money. As an individual investor, I don't have mandates. I can invest in something for an experience, but my role was here to act as a VC mindset individual investor. Honestly, I didn't invest in deep tech, and as an individual money, I don't think that it's enough if you cannot plan the rest of the money. So that's kind of maybe the constraint of being an individual investor too. I have actually questions about the terminology. When your wonderful co-founder and also the founder of Spike Game, Rina Onur, got $55 million, and in the news it was called as an early stage investor, through LinkedIn, the first time startups say, Handenes, 50 million, 550 million, these are early stage, what do they mean? So I think we need a kind of clarification in this. You do it very good in your interviews. What is pre-seed, seed, scale? A little coverage, please.
I think we should disentangle the definition from the capital that companies raise or their valuation. They have zero correlation. For us, a pre-seed company, which can be valued 5 million, 50 million, 500 million, doesn't matter. It's a company where it's pre-product, they're still trying to validate the customer need, and the next step will be to building the initial prototype. They still haven't started that yet. And we do a lot of pre-seed investments, and the pre-seed investments that we do, it's mostly a team of 3 to 5 people that just gathered over the past couple of months. They're trying to start building the product, but before you build the product, you have to do customer discovery, problem validation, etc., and that's what they're at.
And maybe team alliance, right?
And team alliance, building the core team. On a barrels versus ammunition analogy, you have to build the barrels first so that you can put ammunition into them. So they're trying to build those barrels, basically. That would be pre-seed. And then on seed stage, the company has already built a prototype, validated the early metrics, and now they either want to fine-tune the product to get to product market fit, or perhaps they have early signs of product market fit, and they want to put capital to be able to scale that. So from Rina's example, or for any gaming company in that sense, a pre-seed round is there for you to build the team and start the ideation process. Those are typically, at least for the top teams in Turkey, those are typically $3 to $5 million pre-seed rounds that you raise to form the team and to start building the prototype. But once the prototype is out and you got some early metrics with a representative amount of data, at least have a day 1 and day 7 retention figure, the product is promising, then you do a proper seed round. And in Turkey, the proper seed round for gaming companies have been $20 to $50 million in size. And I think it's a gaming issue because gaming is very, very capital intensive, both from a product building perspective, but more importantly from a scaling perspective, because the scaling comes from inorganic growth 80% of the time. Hence, you should be able to pour that capital for growth. And what that results is in $50 million seed rounds, like the case with Spike, $30 million seed round, like the case with Dream. So we see these gaming companies do that because of the nature of the business. It's a content business.
That's why we see like 2-digit numbers of investments in especially gaming, that they have to try and drop so fast that they need the money actually to achieve some product market fit. So can we summarize like pre-seed, we are gathering together to think on the problem, we are getting used to each other, period. And the seed is, there is something going on with that. There are some analytic metrics. I think this will move on, period. So it does not really depend on the amount of money or the investment, but the stage of the product and your KPIs actually that you build up on.
I think deep tech is also similar to gaming, by the way.
Exactly. That's why we can't invest with an individual investor.
To do anything on pre-seed with deep tech, you need millions, and then to be able to get a seed round and build a prototype, if it's in health tech, to get FDA or CE, you need another 5 to 10 million. So for a fund that's only 50, 70 million in size, or for an individual investor, it's very capital intensive, and the value chain is not solid. So there are not enough deep tech investors on seed, Series A, Series B to be able to finance that. How big is the fund that you guys are going to manage? How large is the ticket size is going to be? Because you need, it is a capital-intensive business. You need to be able to pour enough capital over the long run.
Just what you said earlier, it's good that you found a similarity between gaming and deep tech, because I can't. Those numbers are too way high for me. We are not disclosing the fund size or the ticket size right now. Mr. Selçuk Bayraktar will probably would like to announce himself. But since we were founded for the preceding months, we invested over $2.5 million already. And I don't think we'll have a ticket size that's certain. We take every startup individually, we analyze, we go very detailed, we work with them in very detail. Every step of the business plan, every Excel cell we dig into, and whatever they need, if we think that's suitable, we will try to find a way to have them get that.
And a lot of great investors like Hande, they don't only do investments themselves, but also invest into VC funds for access to deal flow, be able to leverage that network, etc. Are you guys going to be investing into VC funds as well?
We didn't.
Here's me trying to fundraise, by the way.
Good approach.
We didn't specify a direction on that yet. I don't think so, but it's still too early to say that we will not discuss that.
Then you can ask me why I invested in you.
Why did you invest in VC funds? Look,
So
you have
we
a
can
great brand, you have great personal branding, you have enough access, you obviously have the know-how, you even have a team for you. Then why invest into different stupid VC fund managers?
You're not stupid.
Aw.
Yeah, you're my entrepreneurial, so I cannot call you that. I think for an individual investor, it's the best way to diversify your risk through what you choose and what someone else's choose. That's very important in that sense. Because throughout our experience, we have some common experience that we have accumulated, but also differences that we tap on our individual mindset that we get across. So now I just love it to tap into, GP's mindset to feed myself for the things on the road that I'm not able to see, or something that I could develop. And also my beginning story has started with investing in GPs. Because why? They have already learned it. So why would you like to replicate the same cash burn stories that you probably will get across when there is already an experience accumulated there? That was the best thing to start my stories, to invest in VCs. I don't think that that was the best story with the GPs, because I asked so many questions to GPs. And generally, the money that you give the GP is because you don't have to ask questions a lot. But that was a learning process from my side. So, Enes, I advise you and the other VCs, please make this LP journey also a learning schedule and a learning pathway. Because I think that's the best way to learn from you guys, especially like the first direct investors, not to start from the same place that already you have started from. But a lot of duties to you. You have to go beyond. I mean, I'm just telling this, all VCs all around the world when I speak to them. Please make this LP environment in your VC as a learning and development process. We want more than monthly reports. We want to get together in a casual way, speak to you, learn from your experience, and also not to put only money on the VCs, but we call it car side funds. We want to invest in you, and maybe we want to make our first direct investments in your portfolio from the more safer side of it, in that sense. Another questions to you. Okay, when we enter into the 2015, it was very hard to go from the idea stage to MVP stage, because there were low codes, but honestly, you had to write everything to even try if it's gonna go or not. First, the market test. I remember that our entrepreneurs were preparing this, landing pages on the web to having the waitlist and so forth. But now we are in a different era. We are in low code periods. There are open AIs that you can start, like write your app, like in 2 days that you can give the first kick to your idea. How did it change the way you invest, your investment thesis?
In mid-2016, when we started the fund, and just some background on that, our fund was a small $10 million vehicle where we invested into Turkish entrepreneurs, and Hande was one of the LPs in the fund. We only had a handful of LPs, and one of the early adapters was herself. We were still in the middle of the cloud revolution, the cloud transition was happening, and there has been a SaaS boom. There's been a lot of SaaS companies that spun out in a lot of different verticals, and it wasn't that easy to build a cloud product, which isn't the case right now with the development of low-code, no-code tools and the maturity of all of the cloud platforms. It's much easier to do that. So back then, we were looking into vertically industry-specific solutions in the cloud space. Now we're not looking into them anymore because we feel the tech barrier, the tech hurdle has come so low that there's been a SaaSification almost in every single vertical where you see dozens, if not 50s or hundreds of companies that come out, and the space becomes not venturable
So your
eventually.
founders are mainly like really hardcore engineers that are producing
Yeah.
technology and
So you have
changing the
to,
others' world.
with the shift left movement, similar to that, we have to shift left to go to infrastructure, to the picks and shovels of the business. So with the second fund, instead of investing into full-fledged packaged SaaS applications, we're much more investing into infrastructure companies in the dev tool space, in the ML ops space. We actually want to go towards more and more towards technology rather than the packaging and selling of technology.
I have posted our conversation on LinkedIn, and investors all around the world are writing me and saying that just talk about this, talk about that. But I'm gonna mention the one that is from Turkey, Cemal Hamitoğulları. He said that are you going to talk about the Internet of Life, the Web3? So let's give some answers to the comments. What do you think about the Web3?
You go ahead.
Really, I hate Web3.
No, you don't.
No,
Come
I don't.
On.
I love
Come on.
Web3.
You flirt with it.
Yeah,
I
I
know.
flirt- I
Come
flirt
on,
with
come on. Be
Web3.
honest. Be honest.
I love the memes and the emojis. With Web3, we did 2 investments back in 2018. After the ICO boom in 2018, we started looking to the blockchain space, and we did 2 investments, and both of them went to shit. Apparently, they weren't good investments. And then in 2020 came the second boom, and we were like, oh, now we actually have to do this right. We did another 3 investments into Web3, but I would call them more of a stitching investments that are trying to stitch the Web2 world into the Web3 world. So from a value chain perspective, on the value chain, although some parts are blockchain, and you can call them Web3, 90% of the job is still not. But we still call them Web3 investments. And these are, I think, just like what cloud did between 2012 and 2018, where we see a lot of cloud SaaS applications become unicorns and do IPOs. I think something similar to that in Web3 is going to happen over the next 5 to 10 years, where you see the adoption of technology and the vertical use cases into different industries or problems. And those companies with a different infrastructure than their legacy competitors are going to be able to grow exponentially.
I think the problem that we see in deep tech, again, as the problem with the Web3 too, I think as again a VC structure, as an individual, it's hard for us to let's learn investment, to do a let's learn investment. I think Web3 is still looking for solutions that can really relate to the people walking on the street. And I think that's why there's this Web3 purposed ventures are appearing so much. And their aim is not the commercialization yet, but the experience. And I think we need that type of VCs in all around the world, and of course, LPs to invest in that type of VCs. Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
Because you are tied to your LPs, right?
Yeah,
What's your constraint as a GP?
The Web3 funds are much larger than us. They can do small ticket investments into a bunch of companies. I think a good frame of thought, by the way, is if you're in a nascent space and you think a lot of things are going to come out, you just don't know what's going to come out, then you do a bunch of investments. You just spray and pray. If you're in a more of a mature space where you know what's going to come out and you have to bet on the right team for that product or the use case to come alive, then you do bigger checks but smaller number of investments. With Web3, I think the successful funds have been the spray and pray funds. They invest into hundreds of companies over a span of a couple of years, and then some of them become billion-dollar ideas. We can't do that with our fund structure. We unfortunately can't.
That was a question I had for you. When you have idea like Web3 or let's say, for example, NFT, you have many startups working on that. So as a VC, how do you differentiate among them? So you said that you divide your risks and you invest in many, but what else? I mean, similarity is not bad. I mean, similarity to some extent is also required to enhance competition, and competition is good. But how do you differentiate among copycats?
First of all, I think from a macro perspective, if you put on the right side public investing and on the left side startup investing, these are 2 different worlds. Where you're investing into the public markets, you do market conviction building. There is no access asymmetry, there is no information asymmetry. You look into the company, you look into the market, into the competitors, etc., and then you try to be smart and outperform the market. This is exactly the opposite of what you do as a VC investor. In VC investing, it's access asymmetry and information asymmetry. So we try not to do any market conviction building. All of our investment decisions are founder-led, meaning you only underwrite the founders. We don't try to look into the market, understand the competitive landscape, look at the future set and see how this market's going to evolve. If you want to go do that in the public market. There's enough companies and enough stocks out there, enough great founders who've actually taken companies to the IPO, you know? So what we do is very, very founder-led, and while underwriting all of these blockchain founders in different fields, you see tens of them trying to tackle the same area, we try to take the conversation out of the market itself and talk more about the personas, the founders that are actually building it. And when you start talking about the founders, when you spend 3 to 5 hours with a founder talking about her background, her traumas, what drives her, the psychological level that she's in, it's a different conversation than trying to understand where the Web3 world is going to evolve into. And then this is much more of a therapy session than an investment session. And based on that, we choose the founders, not the companies. All of our deep dives, competitive landscape reviews, blah, blah, blah, all of them are much more of a red flag review. We do conviction building on the founder, we decide to invest, and then we'll look at everything else to see if there's anything that would deter us from investing.
And I think we should do some analogies so people can keep the take-ons, provide the way. I do this analogy, do you agree or not? We are like surfers. When the wave comes, you have to put yourself onto a wave, red ocean sort of thing, or the one who's going to create the wave. But when the wave passed, it's too late for us. We can't invest.
Yeah.
If the wave is coming, we can throw ourselves to the wave and get this, hockey-stick finance to the moon. So that means that actually that's exactly in this analogy that we cannot invest in deep tech so much that the wave is too far for us to catch in our investment period time. How did you find this analogy, and what would you like to add to it?
Yeah, definitely. I think as VCs, what we try to do is we try to see the wave and invest so that we're ready when the wave comes. We already have this person on the surf, and then they can surf along the way.
So are you going to use that in another?
I'm going to use that, but I think one advantage for funds in Turkey or in Eastern Europe is in the US, you have to have the right team, you have to have the right product, but you also have to have the right timing. Timing is critical. If you're a bit too early to the market, to be able to sustain in the market would take millions and millions of dollars. Not the case with places like Turkey or Eastern Europe. What we can do is we have the leverage to be way too early to the market, and then we can sustain in the market for 3 years, 5 years, 7 years until the market matures. But when it matures, our company is going to be very well positioned.
Why that difference is happening? What is the difference?
I think emerging Europe, which is what we call Baltics, Poland, all the way till Turkey, is the only location in the world where you compete with US companies. We don't have regional unicorns. Compare emerging Europe to Africa, Latin America, Middle East, Southeast Asia, all those regions have their own regional unicorns.
So Israel model you're talking about.
This is the Israeli model, this is the Estonian model, employed in 20 countries across the Baltics, Poland, Romania, Turkey, etc., which means you take companies out of the Turkish value chain and you put them into the US value chain and you make them compete with US companies, which gives us the leverage to be way too early to the market because our cost base is much lower. It's easier for us to become sustainable and wait for when the wave is going to come.
That's exactly the difference.
I want to ask you another question.
Go ahead.
You said that you actually want to look into the business model, look into the Excel, deep dive into sales, etc. If you had to give a weight, what % of the decision making should be founder-led? What % of the decision making should be much more financials, business model, technology, so externalities away from the founder?
I mean, we spend a lot of hours working with the founders, so I think the majority, I would weigh the founder the most, like you summarized just a second ago. And I think we look at the founder, but it's not only whether he or she is capable or not. What I emphasize, what I think is important is that if his calculations, he doesn't have a crystal ball to project future, but he should be able to make precise calculations and common sense projections. He or she should have a valid background, know what he or she is saying. The problem at hand should be solvable. So it will be like a viable, doable, all those technical things that we encounter with them. So I look at the founder the most, but then we look at the solution. For example, just to give an example, like when you, in the neonatal care unit, you take a few blood samples, biochemical test, you come up with a screening of, let's say, 5 rare diseases. What if a startup says that they can identify 180 diseases? I mean, we have to look into the, besides the business plan or any projections, we look at the product and see, okay, if you can identify 180 diseases, how many of them are treatable? So with the information that you come up with, are they going to work any solution? So we dig deep with them, and I think the stamina of the founder is probably the most important thing that we look into.
And if you were to compare the founders from Eastern Europe and Turkey to the founders from UK, US, mature, whatever that means, technology ecosystems, what are the pros and cons?
When I first started to invest in Turkey, I realized that they don't have the self-confidence and the discovery of their potential. We have to believe in ourselves more than we are. It's time to, put forward our potential. It was hard in 2015 because we didn't have, great stories in that sense through AI or SaaS. Now we have. We have the unicorns. We have the companies that are over 100 million valuation. We did it. And there is no reason that we cannot do it more. But I really want from you something. Please close your ears to news a bit. Concentrate on your potential, concentrate on the hard work, and believe you can if you concentrate on this. I have this dream for Turkey 2026, and you know that we think on metrics. It's not like a story or a goodwill. We have still a lot of chance on fintech, that the story that we created in gaming in 2026. And I'm not talking about the politics where the world goes, but the maturity of the ecosystem that we are going to work on. But what we need is the self-confidence in ourselves, and also my really aim in this country to start to talk about the ecosystem as not only composed of the entrepreneurs and the investor. There are other contributors when we are talking about the ecosystem. The growth managers, the talent managers. You know that it's very important, and you started, and many VCs started to make that service in-house for 1.5 years at least, I observe.
Yeah.
Incubation centers, in that sense. We have to promote the other parts of the stories. Now it's time. We have the knowledge. We invested, did it. We will invest. We will do it. But we are going to increase our value by introducing international methods to the potential of this, great countries, great people. So please, just close your eyes to things. Just concentrate on your metrics. Read some research papers. I know that world is kind of unknown, but unknown can be an opportunity for a startup, because unknown situations lead leaders to manage and leadership. So who can be a great leader than our entrepreneurs?
Yeah, no one. You made someone clap. I liked it. You made someone get excited and clap. It happened. I heard it. And you said fintech.
Yes, fintech.
Why?
Why fintech? Because general, the ecosystem growth actually follows some order. I mean, you know that first, before 2015, it was the time of the copycats, replicate them. And it's just gathered so much, startup growth metrics and an idea to follow your, metrics in that sense. Now, when we started to invest, it was time for the artificial intelligence 101 SaaS. Things were easier. It was on cloud. Everyone was just downloading for other parts of the world. And more easier as an entrance. Now, we were there, and we did it. That's the same pace with the fintechs today. The infrastructure services, the tech providers didn't get the investments yet.
Yeah.
I observe tech enabler fintechs, meaning the ones that have business model on the other companies' product is getting now investment. They are 2 digits. These ones, and then it's now time for technology, provider that is preparing the infrastructure of the fintechs will start to earn investments. And during 2026, we're going to hear about the 3 digits, investments in Turkey. When we were talking about that we can have unicorns in 2015, you remember people were just calling us crazy. I mean, I know that sometimes it sounds crazy, but the metrics show that in 2026, we're going to have 3-digit numbers. And what doesn't mean that we're going to be able to produce our new financial instruments that is going to be ready for new world's financial, situations. And we are very vital, starting from our wonderful banking system. We did not really start at fintech yet, actually. We have a long story with the bankings. Bankings were very mobilized before the fintech even story big enough. I mean, we're talking about, buy now, pay later. Oh, it's an very old story for Turkey.
Of course.
Right?
Of course.
I mean, it's like anything that is new for world, it's very old for Turkey. We're going to value that. We're going to be one of the cornerstones countries starting from 2026. And I believe it with my heart, and of course with math. We're gonna see. Let's keep the state in our calendar, and let's watch if this flow is going on. Hope that will happen. That's my dream.
Hande said fintech. If you had to choose one vertical in deep tech, what would you choose? In terms of potential of Turkey creating a next unicorn in deep tech, obviously from a Turkey lens point.
I would choose health tech, probably biotech.
Why?
I think there's a lot of value you can create. We have very talented academicians working on very important projects, which a few of them I'm familiar with. There's also a lot of research going on about rare diseases and cure of some types of cancer or maybe early detection. It's a very huge topic. You have diagnostics, treatments, early detection, prevention, accessibility of healthcare. I mean, governments are doing a lot, but with private sector investments, I think health tech can benefit the most from deep tech startups.
We're talking about that. There's no money, there's this illiquidity problem all around the world. But I think people forget that you have already collected your money from the LPs, and because the world go into illiquidity, you are not going to give back the money to the LPs, right?
No,
you continue to invest.
Our capital became important.
Exactly.
Funny, no one cared about our capital, especially in Europe. People looked at us like ATM machines, nothing more. Not the case anymore. Now money is actually valuable. But we have a 70 million euro fund where we only invested about 15 million over the past year and a half. So we still have 55 million ready to be deployed, 70% of which will be invested into Turkey. And I think we're going to invest this over the next 4 to 5 years. So we're hoping to do 1 to 2 million euro investments every single month for the next almost 5 years.
I must add one thing. It's different in other VCs, probably, of course, but the point where we started from is we are not looking at a startup in terms of this can take me to a 10x value or like a 9x value. We are looking at a startup according to the output it's going to perform. If the output is enormous, we are not thinking about how much money we're going to make there.
Don't you think there's a correlation between impact output and multiple?
No, I mean, yes, there's a correlation, but the causality versus correlation emphasis is still there. For example, if I put a lot of money and we just intend to take a small portion of the company, we're not trying to buy a big stake early on. So it is different in other sectors. I know. I mean, I've been working with startups since 2009, probably, when I was working at Turkcell. It's a different mindset here.
I hope. I hope it's a different mindset than Turkcell.
No, Turkcell was at the time not that bad. I hear what you say, but I mean, they had identified a few of the unicorns way back in 2009.
Identified.
No one could have identified it. I know that's a good thing too. I know unicorns abroad, by the way, like the ones that Google invested, etc. So they had great brains over there too. I like to excel. um, when we work with health tech startups, bias is a very important thing that we have to counterfeit. We have to not only look into bias, but also system noise, where they say the uncertainty of a judgment. It's different on the startup side, deep tech, but it's also different management skills required on the VC part also.
Definitely.
Our entrepreneurs are global. They're having our stories, successfully in globals. But something's happening too. Investors are being also global too, with mindset, with geography coverage, with their travel. I know that, like me, you're getting a lot of, offers and decks from all around the world. And they are, do you invest in our area too? Yeah, or are you investing only in Turkey? Just help us. Your last, stage of being a globally, well-known investor. How did it change your life? No, I know that.
I'm a LinkedIn influencer. I give restaurant recommendations, food recommendations,
Oh, I
food
read them.
recipes on LinkedIn. But I think when you compare emerging Europe, and obviously again, Turkey is the largest country in emerging Europe, the talent potential that's here is, I think you can only replicate that in the US and that's it. Obviously you can talk about different examples like Estonia or Israel, but they're tiny from a quantity perspective. Although the quality is there, the quantity is not. So when I compare the top of the top entrepreneurs in this region compared to the more mature world or the Western world, I think we're better. I mean, I don't think we're worse. I think top entrepreneurs are top everywhere in the world. It's just the number of top entrepreneurs that you have to breed as an ecosystem to have enough depth so that you create 5 to 10 unicorns on an annual basis. I think the quality is there. We just have to uphill our average to higher levels, at least as Eastern Europe and Turkey, that's what I'm seeing. But the top of the top entrepreneurs are outbeating their competitors in the Western world easily. It's not even a tough competition for them. It's just so that we have, I think, 8 to 10 top entrepreneurs that come out on pre-seed levels on an annual basis from this region.
I know that you like to co-invest. So what is the typical things that you're looking for when you're co-invest? Or is there some sort of, ventures that you kind of like to be in competition with, and who you admire and like to co-invest with?
We like to co-invest with funds.
Except me.
Except you. We like to co-invest with our LPs and investors, obviously, but apart from them, we like to co-invest with funds that bring something to the table that we can't.
Okay.
And oftentimes, that's either vertical experience that they can bring in. In the case with Billion to One, we had a lot of biotech investors, for example. It can be deep pockets. Our pockets are not that deep. We're only a 70 million euro fund. So getting a couple million from a 500 million to $1 billion fund eases your way into downstream capital along the way. So we like taking investors like Balderton, like Andreessen, etc. on board so that they bring on that deep pocket. Or sometimes that's the network and the geography that the company is going to target. So when we invest into a UK company, we do try to get top-tier UK VCs on board so that they bring the local experience, as the UK is the go-to-market region for that company. So it really changes, but the fund has to add something that we can't. If it's only capital, then I don't think we're in a point where we need it right now.
When I first started investing in 2015, my problem was there was a lot of application. It was a big time commitment. To choosing one was out of 1,000. Now, throughout the posts and everything, I think I could clearly put myself about what I do invest. Now, that was a very important moment for the clarification of a clean pipeline. So I do invest less, most important capital, which is more than, important than the money, the time. And it took a really hard work for me, but I think I'm doing it. What do you do to have a more purer, clarified pipeline so you can invest less time to choose that one?
I think we looked into 7,000 companies over the past year and a half. Out of these 7,000 companies, we invested into 17 of them. If you try to do deep dives into 7,000 companies, you can't, and you shouldn't. So I think we have this bar that's not that high, but it's not that low either, where we put the bar in a way that we only look into 10% of the deals in detail. so that we only, I mean, I think we did about 1,000 first-time meetings, so that means 6,000 of these companies, we didn't even take meetings, because I don't
So
think,
1 to 7 to the first look.
yeah, I think 1 to 7 to the first meeting, probably another 1 to 10 into the second meeting. I think if you're having a third meeting with us, you have a 30% chance of getting an investment. It's very high. I think our funnel shrinks drastically on the top, and then less so along the way. And when you give founder-led decisions, it's really easy to say no to entrepreneurs. You don't like their background, you don't think they have the domain expertise. It only takes 10 seconds for you to make that claim, and you can just reject them. So I think a founder-led investment framework, investment decision framework definitely helps in terms of you being able to pool time into the companies that actually matter for you.
What do you think about being a sector agnostic VC? Right, being a VC that you have to invest in every area. The entrepreneurs are getting deep and deep and deep in technology. Now we have the financial background that we have to understand this genius guy's work, and probably in a pre-seed period where things are not
so
easy.
easy. It's so easy. You spend 2 days trying to understand what they're building. If you understand it, you don't invest. That means it's boring. If I can understand it, then thousands of people can understand it. So we actually spend time trying to do deep dives and analysis to make sure that we don't understand it. And when I don't understand, that's when it gets hot. That's when I actually feel like I want to invest.
I think it's very similar to when people ask us, do you invest in idea, stage? And I'm really saying that, oh, Handenes, I'm really hesitate to share my idea with someone else. I'm really scared that it's going to be stolen. And if we answer that, if someone else does your work with just you saying it and he can replicate it very quickly like this, I'm not going to invest in you anyway.
Or so he should do it.
He should do it. So yes, I mean, for a good start, you have to be sharing your idea with everyone. You have to collect this wisdom chamber in the company, and still the people that you are telling will not be able to execute your work. We are in the process, like for 5 years, we are working with them. I believe that Enes and I, if we want to start a business of their own, the same, we can't do it. That is that hard to execute.
Oh, that's
right?
important. The entrepreneur should be way smarter than me. I'm not that smart.
We are looking
Like
for
he or
people
she
that are
should be
smarter than us. We are
way
looking
smarter.
for game changers. We
Yeah.
are looking for leaders. We are looking for people that we can learn a lot from. These are very important. So if you are the domain expertise entrepreneurs, you are going to be so cool when you're sitting around a table with us, because we are going to be listening to you, we're going to be admiring to you. Don't feel yourself less than us because we have money. You are in charge. You are more smarter than us.
All we have is the money, nothing else.
All we have the money, yes. You are in charge. So I think it's the great thing about the startup is that the guy that has the money is less important than the guys that is executing the work. Domain expertise capital is much more valuable than the money.
Look, there's the horse, there's the jockey, and then there's the stupid gambler.
Okay.
We're the stupid gamblers.
Well, we don't like gambling around, so let's change the example in that. But as it comes to the same thing, if you have this domain expertise and important game changer idea that you can execute, you're more important than us. Have your self-confidence, around the table with us. You are powerful than us. I learned to get the applause. You had to help me to get the
You
applause.
hacked it.
I did it with my eyes this time.
Yeah. All
Are we going
right.
to
Lunchtime. No?
Are we going to accept any questions? No.
Sorry?
Are we going to accept any questions?
No.
No, right?
No.
Everyone is.
What about
Is there any money around here?
That's why we are sitting here.
As you know, Turkey, VC investments in Turkey has skyrocketed for the last 2 years. And it's the same for the whole world, actually. But it seems that it turned around during this year. Was there a bubble about money or...
There's always a bubble.
Of course, but we will see the flow of money upcoming years.
Yeah. I think money runs faster than value. So obviously value comes first, and either the money comes first, and then you try to build that value behind it. And when there's a big mismatch, bubble bursts. And now, for a variety of reasons in the tech industry, obviously the bubble bursted. And I think for it to come back to the same levels as it was 2 years ago would take another 5 years. But that's a macro situation. I don't think that has anything to do with the region in and of itself. If anything, it gives advantage to this region because our companies already had healthy unit economics, healthy payback periods, etc., whereas their US competitors who were getting billions and billions of dollars with not healthy business dynamics, our companies had healthy business dynamics, but those healthy business dynamics were not valued by the investors. Now they are much more valued by the investors because people actually look for gross margins. And just from a Turkey standpoint, Turkey created 6 unicorns in, 18 months? I think Turkey used to be the leading ecosystem 2010 till 2013. 2013 onwards, that wasn't the case. Turkey was losing compared to Europe. Now I think Turkey has a much more mature ecosystem than Spain, Italy, all these mid-tier Europe markets. I think Turkey is like way above them in terms of VC investments, number of unicorns, international investor appetite, like everything.
We are replicating the model that we did in Turkey in emerging Europe. So, and I think it's a great part of it too. This model is uniquely to us, and it's working so good for new emerging markets and for newborn stars. And we should not forget that I think we're going to really understand this illiquidity effect when new VCs start to call out for new money. Because now we are seeing the experience of the VCs that has already closed the money. So it's not like they're not going to give back the money to LPs. They keep the money and they continually invest on this. So in that sense, we should really discuss that again when the new VCs wants to close new rounds with their LPs. That's something that we have to just work on.
Let's go eat. She's waiting for us.
Thank you. Full discussion, for this dynamic discussion.
Sandalyeleri getirdik, götürüyor muyuz?
Yeah, please, if you can take these with you as well and help our team. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for this great sense of humor, by the way. Thank you. Yeah, please. These are yours. Yeah, you brought it. Yeah, take it with you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to have a 10-minute break, a very short break. Right after the break, please come back to your seats because we're going to have a very interesting, great discussions, great panel about unicorns. I can't wait to find out more about them. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Welcome to the first day of Takeoff Istanbul. We just got out of a great conference headed by CEOs and NGOs and heads of organizations and experts in their respective fields. I'm joined here today by Serdar Gürbüz. Serdar Bey, thank you for the conference that you held us today. I know that I'm going to ask you to repeat a lot of the stuff that you explained to us today, but could you explain the importance of this organization, of this entrepreneurship summit, and how it fits into the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Turkey?
Yeah, actually, Takeoff Istanbul is the single organization currently held in Istanbul for startups, for startup ecosystem, and for the global startups as well. From more than 60 countries, there are startups here, and they are presenting their solutions, their business ideas, their business models to investors, corporations, or mentors. And we believe that Istanbul will become a natural hub for startups because Istanbul is a high populated country, high populated city, and we have many young people who can contribute to the technology startup ecosystem. That's why we believe Turkey should become one of the major players within the technology ecosystem. That's why we want the startup ecosystem will also still stay here and bring more people, more talented people to Istanbul, and then we can grow from here to the world.
So you're telling us about the global participation in this enterprise, but could you tell us how much participation and all the good stuff you've seen from the local Turkish people? Because I know there's a lot of investment in the technology sector, and it's growing in leaps and bounds. So what sort of things do you see from our young Turkish entrepreneurs?
Yeah, when we look at the last 10 years, actually this ecosystem here in Turkey is always growing. And for the last 2 or 3 years, we have seen the unicorns as well. So we have so many unicorns in gaming sector, and we have also Getir and similar companies also multiple their earnings and their values. So now we can easily see after these years, we can easily see that there will be many other technology startups which will become not just unicorns, they will become Turkorns. They will become Turkish unicorns, we call it like that. So we believe that these type of events in Turkey and around the globe will contribute to the growing, to grow the ecosystem in Turkey in contribution with all of the other supports.
I'm sure with your ambition and your guidance that all these people here today will grow in leaps and bounds. Thank you for your report. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for.
That's all from us here.
being a unicorn in the startup ecosystem sounds really hard. We're gonna listen to the experts, but it means, if I'm not mistaken, it means being worth of more than $1 billion, I guess, right? If I'm not mistaken. It sounds really hard. And when you become a unicorn, how do you operate in the society? And our session is called "How Can Unicorns Empower Society?" Let me introduce our guests, our speakers now. It's my pleasure to invite, first of all, our moderator, Mehtap Demir, to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her. Hoş geldiniz. Sizi nasıl rahat ederseniz şöyle alalım. Now it's my pleasure to invite Muharrem Derinkök, co-founder and CPO at Insider. Turancan Salur, Europe Regional Manager at Getir. Pınar Tekinsen, Country Manager at Miracle. Mehtap Demir, floor is yours.
Thank you. So welcome you all, and thank you so much for being with us here today. Before welcoming and introducing my guests, let me make a brief introduction. So, as you all know, the world is going through a different age, led by startups, unicorns, and entrepreneurs. So let me share a couple of figures with you here. There are 321 unicorns and 26 decacorns which were born in Europe as of 2021. And when it comes to Turkish ecosystem, there are 6 unicorns which were born in Turkey in the last years. And when we look at the Startups Watch data, almost $1.5 billion were invested to 280 startups from several stages in the first 9 months of 2022. Which all this data shows us that we are going through a very different era, a digital era, and this era is led by entrepreneurs. So it's an undeniable fact that the high growth tech companies will be leading the future, will play a driving role to create economic, social, environmental change, and to create a sustainable, more sustainable world. That is why we will be talking about this role of unicorns to create a social change, the economic change, create a better world. So, I believe we will be ending this session getting very valuable insights. So, let me welcome my 3 distinguished leaders on the stage. Pınar Tekinsen, Country Manager of Turkey, Greece, Cyprus, Malta of Miracle. Welcome.
Thank you.
Turancan Salur, Regional General Manager of Getir. And welcome. And Muharrem Derinkök, co-founder and chief product officer of Insider. I'm very happy to share the stage with you all. Thank you so much for being with us. So, before talking about the essential role of unicorns to create this economic and social change, let's hear the story a little bit more. I would like to start with you, dear Pınar. Miracle is a unicorn founded in Paris in 2011. So offers enterprise marketplace platforms, right? In a long story short, of course, you will tell us more. So it helps enterprises to grow in e-commerce and scale, actually. So let's hear the story, the rest of the story from you. So could you tell us a little bit about this journey and how Miracle creates a difference, makes a difference to change the world?
Yeah, we all know that digital is everywhere, and digital helps companies to success in market led by big technical giants. So Miracle vision is to empower the businesses, the companies, the traditional businesses maybe, but also the B2B players. So Miracle is the global leader of SaaS marketplace platform, and is the only marketplace SaaS platform that empowers B2C and B2B in the same time to launch, to growth and enterprise marketplace at scale. We all know that the play is changing now, so it's no more to buying the cheapest product and selling it at two times price for enlarging the margin. It's no more that, and the end users are asking something different. So they are asking best price, better choices, delivery in time, and faster delivery. So the game is changing, and we need to adapt to this game. And we are providing a new business platform to companies who want to give this service to their customers. We are not adding a new business, but we are transforming totally the business and the play. And we are providing a platform that our customers can use to give the best price, best assortment, to being able to offer whatever their customers want and wherever they want. Also, without having huge stocking areas or big investments to their products, buying them, putting them in their stocks, and waiting that their customers are asking for these products to be sold, but without being out of stock as well. And with all of these things, the best customer experience. So globally, we have more than 300 references which are using our platform. And our platform is adaptable to all industries, all verticals, all markets. So as Miracle, we are giving access to our customers to make the powerful business model in the world, which is marketplaces.
Thank you. Make powerful business models. Thank you so much. So let's continue with you, Turancan. Let's continue with one of the most valuable initiatives of Turkey, and maybe the most popular one lately, which is actually given its rapid rise. So fast delivery startup Getir closed funding round with 12 billion valuation as of March, as I know, and actually the value of the company is increasing every second, I guess. So first of all, I should say we are all proud of you. We know the basic things about your journey, but let's hear the story from you. Let's hear that secret sauce behind this success.
Yeah, so, and for those of you who may not know Getir, so we are the pioneers of ultra-fast grocery delivery. We deliver groceries in around 10 minutes. So that's what makes us special. And actually the secret sauce there is we write the ending first, so we put the customer first. We think, what is the ultimate experience that a customer who would use our app want to have? And that is to get the items that you order in around 10 minutes. So that's the magic. And then everything that we do is to figure out the operations and to make sure that the items are in stock and to work out the algorithm so that we can do deliveries in the most efficient way. But at the end of it, it all focuses on giving that customer that wow, that incredible experience, because the positive aspect of that we see is that when you have a wow factor, you're much more likely to retain customers. It's very difficult for a competitor to come challenge you. And when you set the bar so high, like, delivery in around 10 minutes, for someone to beat you, they need to do 5 minutes, which is very difficult. And if someone was going to do 5 minutes, we're the best candidate to do that anyway. And then actually in quite a few areas, we do deliver in average 5 minutes as well in certain stores. But it's really putting the customer first and really putting very, very high standards. And then also what I think what makes us unique and what's part of that secret sauce is that our business has lots of operational elements, and we're very good at using technology and data to find the most efficient way to fix these operational issues. Also, when you have service that's that fast, another good element or service that's that good is people tell each other, so people tell their friends. So first time, when we launched, it was in 2015 in Istanbul. And we're in 9 countries now, but we've only expanded internationally for the last 2 years. So UK was our first market, and now we're in a number of other markets as well in Europe as well as US. But when we initially launched, a lot of the growth we got was due to word of mouth, just because people found the service amazing and they couldn't believe that you could actually get something that you wanted in 10 minutes. But the really value element, and I think this is the kind of our social benefit as well, is that we basically democratize the right to laziness. So that's the way our founder likes to put it, and that's that normally, if you wanted to get something really fast, first of all, you could never really get anything in 10 minutes. But if you have a butler or a servant or help in your home, you could go send them to pick something up for you. So this was something that only the very rich people could afford. Whereas we provide the service for a very, very small fee. And actually, if you think about it, the time it takes for you to get up and do this stuff and come back is actually, it's a bigger cost than just paying a small delivery fee to a company like us to deliver it for you. So we give people back time. And that's actually, I think, one of our, for our consumers, that's the biggest social benefit. Because with that time, you can spend more time with your kids, you can work out, you can play video games, do whatever you want. But that is the real benefit, and that is the secret sauce behind our offering. Because at the end of the day, the products that we bring, they're things that you know. It's milk, eggs, chocolate drinks, it's stuff you can find anywhere. The products, for the most part, are mass market products, but it's the time that they're brought in that becomes the real value proposition and the real service itself.
Thank you so much. You definitely changed the shopping habits of people. We will come to that later a bit more. So let's continue with you, Muharrem. Insider has become the first unicorn in software actually lately, and congratulations again. With its AI-powered platform, which helps marketers to the different tools you will tell us in details. It's just to describe it in a few words. So besides this, how Insiders creates that different to transform the future?
Yeah, thank you. Insider is a marketing technology company that provides AI-based solutions for personalizing user experiences, communicating with the end users, for marketers, and so on. But at the beginning, 10 years ago, Insider was not meant to be this. Like, we didn't incorporate this company to become biggest MarTech provider in the world. At the end, we are becoming this, but this was not the whole idea. Like, we wanted to prove that breakthrough software companies can be created outside of Silicon Valley. Like 10 years ago, this was a big vision, and right now we are seeing that we are overachieving this vision with our team, products, and everything. But at the first place, we want to gather talented people of Turkey and the regions we operate and learn together, achieve together. We usually, in the early days, we usually hired from directly out of the undergrad, and we learned everything together. We have created this MarTech company out of scratch together with the new graduate founders and partners of the company. This was the whole idea, like to show whole the world that this kind of a company, especially in our industry, like B2B software as service, can be done anywhere. This was before remote work and pandemic and everything. And we are quite happy to prove this by our leadership in all analyst reports. Like, we are one of the best vendors providing the technologies we provide in the world. And this is out of Istanbul. To be more specific, out of Sanayi Mahallesi, actually. A very small district with car repair shops and everything from Istanbul. This is a big proud source for us.
Thank you so much. So all three unicorns are doing value-added works for businesses, but as a matter of fact, we all benefit from this rising of unicorns because they are they offer innovative and fast solutions in every field, from health to sustainability, from finance to retail. So let's come to this. Their role to create a better future, their role economically, socially. So let's start with you, Pınar. What are your comments on economic and social impacts of startups and unicorns, actually?
Yeah, it's very clear that we are creating new jobs that didn't exist before. We have lots of new developers, different kind of development teams, and also market-related new jobs that we are creating. And it's not easy to explain to our grandma what we are doing because it's really different than it was maybe 30 years ago. But it's not only this one, but we are empowering different kind of groups like partners, suppliers, and whole ecosystem of marketplace. We are creating new jobs there. And from the social perspective, it's not only the big companies that we are empowering, but also we are working with family businesses. So there's room for everywhere for our solution, working with Miracle Marketplace solution. And also we are helping the local manufacturers, local suppliers, local business, because our solution is a marketplace curate sellers. So you, as a marketplace operator, you can choose your sellers and help your business, local providers with this solution.
Thank you so much. So creating new jobs is maybe the most important part. So thank you. Let's continue with you, Turancan. It's obvious that Getir has created some changes in people's shopping habits, as I told before. But what more? What are the economic and social impacts of unicorns?
First, from us, so besides the fact that we empower our users by giving them free time, we also empower, for example, our employees, especially our couriers, people who work in our stores, because generally this is seen as a short-term job. But for the people that want to do this full-time, you have job security. You know how much money you're going to make. You're treated well. There's room for social mobility and economic mobility. I think that's something that startups definitely provide, by the way, because it's very difficult to hire externally for the kinds of things that you need, especially if you're a startup that's doing something that hasn't been done before. So if there are people inside of the company, who you see how passionate they are, how hardworking they are, and they know the fine details and the intricacies of your business, you're much more likely to give them a shot. So you give people a shot for career to improve their careers and fulfill their potential, which I think is very important for startups. By the way, we also have a franchise model, so our franchisees who work with us, many of whom were our former employees. So these were people who joined the company years ago, making sometimes a little bit more than minimum wage back in the day, but now they're franchisees managing hundreds of people and they have their own businesses. So to see that trajectory where you've given people a chance and they've actually changed their lives and have vastly improved their economic standing, that's something that we're very proud of. But I think unicorns as a whole, the chance that we have is that because we're changing people's consumption habits or how they engage with certain products, and we're disrupting the industries in which we are in. So what we are presenting today, hopefully that will be the mainstream years from now for all of our businesses. So if we lay the right foundations for how you treat people, how what you do is good for the environment, how you're socially responsible, then that will become the mainstream of tomorrow. So you can have much higher standards and much better impact on society, on the environment, on people as a whole. So I really think it's up to unicorns and the high potential companies of today to set those standards, because a very, let's say, old company that's 50 years old, 100 years old, it's going to take them a long time to change their ways, even if they realize they need to, just because there's a lot of corporate bureaucracy, there's lots of people telling you that you don't need to change, that, you've gotten to where you are, 100-year-old company, by not changing for the most part, right? But startups and then unicorns, they know that change is a part of the game, that's how we were all built. All these ideas were created out of thin air. So that's why, we are more open to change, and I think can really do things that impact society positively, whether that's about, gender equality, environmental responsibility, but also things such as paying people a fair wage, treating people well, and also showing that, you can be a good company and be very successful and be very valuable if you're very innovative and you work hard. And you do things better than other companies, that you don't have to step on people's toes or, do things in suspicious or wrong ways, that you can be successful by still always doing the right thing. So I think unicorns and especially new companies of today are good at showing that, and I think that hopefully that also shows people that, you should bring out the good in yourself.
Thank you so much. It's a very good answer. And speaking of setting the standards, I believe unicorns and startups will be the ones who are setting the standards and the rules in today's world, actually. So thank you. Let's continue with you, Muharrem. We would like to hear your opinions, given the fact that Insider is also a very good business case in, creating new jobs and supporting women. We will come to that later, but let's hear your opinions.
Yeah, of course, like Turancan mentioned, unicorns will create jobs, unicorns will bring more entrepreneurs to the scene. Of course, we have dreams like insider people, insider community, to build more unicorns in the future, like the examples outside of Turkey. We want to become a community that can create more and more companies. But the key impact to the social environment is, I believe, courage. Like all unicorns and all successful startups give courage back to new generation people in the universities to create companies, to become the best of the world, to become the courageous enough to innovate, to bring more talent into the technology world. For example, our CTO, Sinan, is graduated from this university, Istanbul Technical University, Computer Engineering. And 10 years ago, he was the only one building his own company out of maybe 100 graduates. Now it is changing. It is very good to see this kind of changes. Also from our close circle, our friends, we can see that, especially people that have seen our struggle in the very first days. They are like, they can say, okay, if these guys did this, we can do this as well. One of my very close friends right now creates autonomous marine technology startup, for example, and the biggest inspiration is companies like ours. Not only for Turkey, but also for the regions we operate. We are becoming an inspiration and a source of courage for the new generation. For example, Insider is a Turkish company founded by Turkish co-founders, but it is also an Indonesian company. It is also a Vietnamese company because we have more than 50 people there on the field. And when you go to this kind of underserved markets, when it comes to especially industries like us, you become the inspiration source. For example, it is a big joy of my personal life to see like Indonesian people that have never heard about Turkey maybe, is sharing Atatürk quotations with each other. This is the biggest joy of our life, apart from the creating wealth, jobs and everything. This is the emotional side. And we are doing this for this side actually.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. So yeah, as you told, unicorns are creating jobs in several locations, different countries. So it doesn't mean only the Turkish job market, but it also means the job market in several countries. So Thank you. Let's talk about diversity in those rounds. According to Startups Watch data, in the first 9 months of 2022, 52 out of 208 investments had female founders. So we are thinking if it is diversity is a key to ensure maybe sustainable growth. What do you think, Pınar?
I think, first of all, we need to clarify what is diversity. Because
Yeah.
for me and for my company, diversity is not only the gender. It's maybe education, the culture, the language, or, I don't know, the background, experience. So we can define a diversity in very different ways. We are a global company, but our operators are local. So we need to understand the market. We need to understand their culture, talk their language. So yes, it's very important for us, diversity. We are working with local people, speaking local language, understanding the market. It's very important for us. If we are looking to our founders, we see the diversity again. So our founders, Adrian and Philip, they are coming from different backgrounds. So it's like yin-yang, so it's completing each other to make a unicorn like Miracle. And, but if I'm coming to the gender, how much women are working for Miracle, at management level, we see 38% of women. But it's not, it's by default. It's not, because of the law, because of the rules. Because when we are looking to all overall Miracle employees, we see again the same number, 38%. So it means that we are not choosing a woman for a management position because she's a woman or because he's a man. It's not, it's coming by default because we need her at that level, at that position. That's why she's there. Or we need him. That's why he's there. We are giving importance to diversity in every way. Yes, it's important for us, but we are not doing it because we want to make it. It's because it's coming like that. And to be successful, we need to have the right person at the right position. This is what we are following as principle.
Yeah, thank you so much. 38% is sounds really good. But
Yeah,
maybe you have some targets to make it higher, right?
Yeah. We have lots of R&D employees, and they're all technology people. And we know all from our universities that we don't have too much women. I don't know, I'm an engineer as well. But we don't have too much women who prefers to have this education. It's same for globally as well. So it's not easy to find people at R&D departments working as developers or similar jobs. So 38% is very, high percentage for technology companies.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that is maybe why there are some programs to educate women in software and like developer jobs, right?
Yeah.
So maybe you all have the kind of programs and are your unicorns. Maybe you will also mention that. But as you mentioned, diversity doesn't mean only like hiring people from different genders, but it also means hiring people from different cultures, backgrounds, educations. And what do you think, Turanjan? What do you think then about the importance of diversity?
Yeah, I mean, it's very important. First of all, I think from a social and ethical perspective, everyone deserves a fair shot.
Yes.
And this, diversity and multiculturalism is really wealth. Like, I'm one of the people that definitely enjoys that, talking to people from different backgrounds, different cultures, languages, religions, etc. Different even, beliefs, social beliefs, political beliefs, etc. I think that's a real wealth. But also, it's good for the business because you will be exposed to a number of different viewpoints about society, about business, about even product. So that those differing views actually help you make your business and your service and your offering better. So actually, I think there's actually a very good business and commercial reason for this as well. While I don't know the actual percentage, we have actually like quite high, percentage of females in our C levels and our senior leadership. So that's something that we're very proud of. This is both in our global office and in the countries in which we operate. And also because we're a company that operates across 9 countries, we have people from, I think, maybe like 50, 60 different countries. So that's something that we enjoy very much. So for example, across the company, we celebrated Diwali yesterday, which the people from a Hindu background generally celebrate. So that, for example, being exposed to things like that, it's wonderful.
We're cutting our broadcast from the panelist room, from the conference room, because we're joined by a very special guest, Enes Hulli, a 500 partner and tech investor here. Let's ask him a couple questions.
Do this.
Hi, Enes.
Hey, thanks for having me.
So I'm going to start off with a broad question, okay? How do you think this entrepreneurship summit is going to benefit Turkish economy?
First of all, I think our whole value chain is global. And to be able to ride on this global value chain, we need to be able to build more bridges around the globe so that we can invite entrepreneurs from Israel, from Azerbaijan, from Eastern Europe, etc., to come to Istanbul together with all these investors and share their know-how about the ecosystem. So this is not only for Turkish entrepreneurs to unleash themselves to the global world, but also for other entrepreneurs from the region to come to Istanbul and meet with investors from the Western world, from Western Europe, from US, or from Central Asia and MENA.
So you kind of answered my second question, which was going to be, how does the vision of this summit fit into the technological ecosystem, right? How does that benefit it? Could you expand a little bit more on that?
Of course. I think promoting an ecosystem is vital for the growth of the ecosystem. If you want more investors to come to your country and invest so that it builds more employment, increases your exports as a country, etc., you need to be able to publicize what you have. And Turkey has a lot. I mean, Turkey failed to create a unicorn for 10 years and then ended up creating 6 unicorns in a span of only 18 months. We need to be able to promote this more, and events like this one are the only mediums where you can promote your local ecosystem. So I think those are 2 pillars. Pillar number 1, you have to have your own events in your own country to promote it. And pillar number 2, you have to be active in more global events around the world to be able to promote the ecosystem and the economy that you're in.
Well spoken. Let me ask you a little bit of a personal question. So you're a tech investor, and obviously you're here and your eyes are kind of open about, what are people coming up with, what are the new projects here. So can you tell us about, on a personal level, like what pops out to you? What really speaks to you and say, hey, I'll invest this is the future?
I think we're much more founder-driven than market or product-driven. Meaning we try not look for projects first, but to look for entrepreneurs. And our whole investment making process, the framework of thought, is based on the founders. We go from 0 to 1 because we like the founders, we want to be with them, and then all else, looking into the competitive landscape, the market dynamics, the future set, the metrics, the financials, all of them are much more of a red flag review. So coming back to your question, what I do is I'm trying to meet with great entrepreneurs, irrelevant of what they're building. So if I can build enough conviction on a founder, then I start to dig deep into what they're doing.
That's amazing. The fact is that it's not about exactly the projects or what people are doing, it is how driven they are and how motivated they are to do that. And Takeoff Istanbul is the perfect place for people to be able to expand and push their projects. But we're going to cut this right now and go back to the panelist room. So that's all from us from here. Enjoy your show.
This is a natural result of creating a global company. Like you should involve all the cultures all around the world.
Thank you so much. So it's undeniable that unicorns have a big role to change the world and make it better socially, economically, different aspects. So, but the question is, do they have that chance to grow in true ecosystems? Let's talk a little bit about that. Pınar, how do you see the role of decision makers and the current situation of countries getting ready to support and grow unicorns? Maybe you can draw a global
framework and talk a little bit about France.
Yes, yes. In our case, I need to talk about France.
Yes.
Miracle is a French company. We are very happy because the government is supporting much startups in France. So they are giving a real support for launching the project, making it successful and all steps. So the government is really there for giving you the access, the push to make it successful. And we see from the unicorns as well, the target for 2025 was 25 unicorns in France. But we have already 27 unicorns in France, and the target for 2030 is 100 now. So, and France will be doing this with the good plan that the country is making for having more and more unicorns and startups in the country. It's very important that the country has a good plan for making this happening.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. As you said, countries have a big role, but what do you think, Turanjan? How countries get ready to support and grow unicorns? Are they ready to manage this unicorn age?
I mean, I think there's a lot of interest in countries, which is great to see, and there's a lot being done. I mean, every country in which we operate, you know, from Turkey to UK, France, etc., we see, you know, quite positive developments. The governments, but also because we operate on city level, municipalities are willing to engage. They see the potential that could be brought by, you know, tech companies, unicorns. They see that, you know, these businesses could be the future. So I think the intention is there, and it's a good start. I think more can be done because you know, most tech companies and unicorns, we operate fast, whereas most governments and municipalities aren't known for their speed necessarily. So lots of things will take, you know, long discussions, long time. And while we don't expect them to operate at the same speed as us, I think you know, realizing that creating the right kind of regulatory framework and infrastructure for certain businesses could help these businesses grow faster, and also could help maximize the social benefits of these businesses. So I think those are the areas in which there's room for improvement across most countries, but the people that we've engaged with, they're you know, very aware, and that governments can be a bit faster in implementing some changes and, you know, adapting faster to the current landscape, you know, to technology, to modern times. And I also think, especially in industries that are being disrupted, it would be more even helpful for those relevant companies.
Cutting off your live broadcast here again because we're joined by a very special guest, Hande Enes, a tech investor, brought together here to enlighten the young entrepreneurs here. So let's pick her brains a little bit. Welcome, Hande. How are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you? Wonderful evening today. Wonderful, just gathering. I love it. I love it.
The atmosphere is as lovely and as buzzing as you are.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All the important entrepreneurs that are having great quality just came around here. We have, you know, great environment to discuss new things, a new era and everything. Very, very refreshing.
So let's pick your brains a little bit. How do you think this entrepreneurship summit is going to benefit the entrepreneurship ecosystem and the technological sector?
What I love about TechOff is that every instrument that is necessary for the growth of an ecosystem is here. So collaboration, brainstorming together is required, because ecosystem is not only composed of the investors and also entrepreneurs. There are people that are working in incubation centers, startups, growth management, a lot of things together. Every aspect of this ecosystem has been thought in here. I learned a lot, and I hope that people learned a lot. A great opportunity to be here as a speaker and also as a learner.
Well, as a speaker, you were great and very enlightening, so thank you for that.
Appreciate it.
But I would like to ask a little bit more of a personal question.
Okay.
Is that as a tech investor, what do you look for when you're walking around here and you're looking at all the different projects? What pops out to you? What speaks to you and says, I'll invest this. This is the future.
Self-confidence and a domain expert is really affecting me a whole bunch. You have to have self-confidence and belief in yourself that you're going to be able to achieve. We are looking for disruptors. We are looking for game changers. So you need to have all the expertise and self-confidence and talent to acquire, and also your self-talent to change the world. We are looking for game changers here. I'm looking for a game changer here.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
That's all from us here. Let's cut back to the panelist room and enjoy your viewing.
Be agile about the regulations and so on. This is the expectations of all startups from the governments, like maintain the free market conditions and we can take care of the rest. We don't need lots of regulations, incentives, most of the time in most of the industries.
Thank you so much. It was a very specific and good answer. So in this final round, let's share a couple of suggestions for the listeners, for entrepreneurs, for investors, and for decision makers to have a role to create a better, sustainable future. Let's hear from you, Pınar.
I can say that the courage is very important for them. They have to feel the courage to make it happening and to go to look to the details and to make it successful is really the key things. If you are believing to making it, as you did, as your companies did, and as my company did at that time, you are there and you are managing it with the right choices, decisions, and also motivation. You can do it very, very easily. Don't worry, you can make it, you can be a unicorn, you as well. It's not easy, it's coming by thinking, by believing, and then by working hard, but it's coming.
Thank you so much. Yeah, the new era is coming, is already here. So what is your suggestions, Turanjan, to take a role in this new era and for a better future?
Yeah, so I mean, especially for entrepreneurs, it would be in addition to being bold, which I think is very, very important. Like, be super focused, be very driven. Always look at what everyone else is doing, whether it's in the market, your competitors, whatever exists at the moment, and think I can do better than that. I can be better than that. So you really have to have a very kind of clear eye to see, faults, mistakes, and, you have to be not necessarily perfectionist, because getting to perfection has many trade-offs that isn't always the smartest thing to do, but always see how things can be better. So this means you have to have a very, very critical eye. And at the same time, I think, understand your customers, listen to them, and also, your mentors and people in the industry, but don't listen to them all the time. So sometimes you also have to say, everyone is suggesting to me that I should do this, but I think not path A is the right thing. I think path B is the right thing. You also have to have the determination and the courage to sometimes not listen to what everyone is suggesting to you. Most large technology companies today, if they'd probably listen to the advice being given to them by most people at certain points, they wouldn't be around. So sometimes you just need a founder, entrepreneur, or a senior, kind of executive in the company to say, no, my gut feeling tells me the future is here. This is the right thing to do. So, I think you should listen to what everyone has to say, but you don't necessarily have to take their advice all the time. So I think that's another very key thing. Yes, a lot of what we do in our business is science, but there's a bit that's art, and there's a bit that's a bet on what you think customers will love, how you think they will interact, and what kind of emotions you think your service will bring out in them. And that's something that I think only a person who is leading the company or has started or is in a very senior position can understand, and outsiders may not necessarily be able to get that. So, you know, as long as you're working very hard and you're super focused, you know, trust yourself, also trust your gut and your instincts.
Yeah, thank you. Listen to the others, but don't take every advice as a rule, a life rule of yours. So it's important that you believe in yourself more than you believe in others, right? So thank you. And Muharrem, what are your suggestions for entrepreneurs, unicorns, or potential ones? As I believe our audience consists of many maybe founders or potential founders, so maybe you can give some messages for them.
Yeah, let me add two things quickly. Like if you are able to help you evaporate your artificial barriers in your mind, our smart for today is done. These artificial barriers are like thinking entrepreneurs are the smartest people, like the coming from the wealthy backgrounds and great education, like specific education in corporations and so on. This is wrong. We are coming from very decent family backgrounds. We have average IQs, I believe, in Insider. And these are not the reasons of success or failure. For every one success story, you can observe 99 failure story in startup world. And these are not the factors. The factors are timing, segment, team, the product you are building, how much connected with the world are you. For example, Turkey is a great market for incubation period. It is big enough, but it is very small for the rest of the story. Like it is very small for the unicorn valuations and all. You need to think global from the first day. Like in the first day of Insider, it was definite that which markets we will go after we build the product. You need to think global from the first days, and with some conscious courage, everything will be okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you all so much. There is so much to talk, but the time is never enough. But as a matter of fact, we started 15 minutes late and we are finishing 15 minutes early. We are really perfect like you are perfect as the founders of 3 unicorns. Thank you so much for being with us, sharing all these very valuable insights. Really, it was very, very important for us to host you here today, and thank you so much, dear Pınar, Turancan, Muharrem. I'm very happy and honored to share the stage with you, and thank you all for listening to us today, and enjoy the rest of today.
and for the great panel discussion. Now we're having another session. It's called Plug and Play, Contributions to Startup Ecosystem. It's now my pleasure to invite Lale Can Gözübüyük to stage. She's the Regional Director and Country Manager at Plug and Play. Hoş geldiniz.
Çok teşekkürler.
Buyurun. Floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Am I going to have a clicker for my presentation? Perfect. It's a pleasure to be here, everyone. Thank you so much for, sitting there at your seats. Before I start talking about Plug and Play, I'd like to quickly introduce myself. You may have heard of me. I mean, I do a lot of sharing posts on LinkedIn. So just in case you haven't met me before, my name is Lale Can Gözübüyük. I'm a regional director at Plug and Play Turkey. I've been working at Plug and Play for the past regional director at actually EMEA, and Turkey is one of my responsibilities. I've been at Plug and Play for the past almost 2 years. Before I started at Plug and Play, I was heading a unicorn AI firm in Turkey. I set up its office. Before that, I was an investment banker. My background, thank you so much. I graduated from Oxford University in 2009, worked in investment banking, like in big firms like Goldman Sachs, Credit Suisse, and for almost like over 10 years. And for the past 6 years, I've been in tech. So I'd like to quickly run you through what we do at Plug and Play, and maybe if you'd like to, come and contact me, we can have some collaborations, you can introduce yourselves. I have basically exactly 19 minutes as of now. How do you move it? Okay, perfect. So Plug and Play Tech Center is known as the largest innovation platform in the world. We're based in Silicon Valley. Basically, we are an innovation platform, and to some of you it's a little confusing. I'll dig into it a little deeper as to what we mean by an innovation platform. But one thing for you to note is that we are pretty big. We have offices all around the world. We have partnership agreements in place with over 500 corporate partners. We know more than 50,000 startups very well. We have our huge ecosystem. We work with governments. We work with mentors. We work with universities. We are an ecosystem maker. We are an ecosystem enabler. We get people in contact with each other, and at the same time, as well as being an investor ourselves. So a little bit of history for you. Plug and Play, this is a picture taken at our Lucky building in Silicon Valley. Why with Google? So our founder, Saeed Hamidi, founder and CEO, he is of Iranian origin. He left his country, I think, more than 40, 50 years ago to move to the States, and they ended up living in Silicon Valley. Obviously, the Silicon Valley at the time was very different from what Silicon Valley was like. It was Google was just starting up, and there was, a lot of activity, but no one really knew what to make out of that activity. So lots was going on in the startup ecosystem, but probably those were the times before people said the word startup. It was very, very primitive stages of the ecosystem. The family, Saeed Hamidi family, bought lots of real estate with the money they brought from Iran. Basically, they bought a lot of real estate, and some of the first tenants they had were companies like Google, PayPal, Dropbox, Logitech, some companies you would have known. He says these companies are great, they're growing really fast, but I'm not too sure I really understand what they're doing, but I would need to be a part of this growth. I need to be a part of this journey. So instead of taking rent from Google, PayPal, Dropbox, Logitech, I'm going to take equity from them. So this was probably the wisest decision they made, and it brought Plug and Play to its current day. So from 90s, starting up as a Lucky building, renting office spaces to some of today's unicorn companies. In 2006, we evolved into more of a VC company. And since 2012, we have been an innovation platform. So what is an innovation platform? I briefly explained. We get different stakeholders together to further innovation, as well as being an investor. So since 2013, we have our presence in EMEA, where I'm a regional director. And today we have more than 14 offices actually across the EMEA region. So how it happens, this is plug and play. We are right in the middle of the ecosystem. So we have mentors that we work with. We have more than 200 VCs, investors that we work very closely with. We have an ecosystem of startups, some of which we invest into, some of which we just, build relationships. We introduce them to our ecosystem. We introduce them to our corporate partners to further POCs, collaboration opportunities. We work with universities. We run accelerator programs all around the world. We organize, innovation days with universities, get ideas from universities. We do brainstorming with them. We invest into some of the startups that are, coming out of some of the universities. With governments, we run a lot of large government acceleration programs, some of which, like for example, with Taiwan, with the UAE government, with different ministries, we run innovation platforms and programs. Corporations, I'll come to that in a little bit more detail later on, and regulators. So yeah, I mentioned all of that in this. So these are our offices, our footprint all around the world. As you see, we have Istanbul here as well, right in the middle. We've been operating since January 2021. We have more than 11 offices in China. We have 4 offices in Japan. Although we started off in Silicon Valley, now we are all around the world. So we are a truly global firm. Here is a slide of our verticals and activities. What we mean is that you can think of them as like the subsectors of the startups, like industries of the startups that we work with. We divide them into little ecosystems because most of the firms we work with, actually, they specialize in 1 or 2 or maybe 3 of these. So they want to deep dive into some of the sectors. So for example, in Turkey, we have mobility and IoT, as well as we have, we're just setting up a smart cities vertical, which is going to be a hybrid vertical. It's going to incorporate all of the verticals pretty much. So these are some of the corporate partners that we work very closely with. You would have noticed some of the names like Porsche, Daimler, Lacoste, Ford, BNP Paribas, PNG. Well, with the verticals you saw in the previous page, you could probably guess like companies, banks like BNP Paribas, they mostly focus under the fintech vertical. They work in terms of innovating in fintech area with us, whereas companies like, Shell, for example, they care a lot about sustainability and energy, maybe innovating in the energy space. That's why we have those verticals, to operate a lot more efficiently with to help our corporate partners in a more efficient manner, let's say it that way. So these are some of the startups we invested into. In an average year, we invest into more than 200 startups. So that's a model we call spray and pray. We invest into a lot of startups in probably smaller tickets than you would be used to. But in our ecosystem, we have more than 35 unicorns. Just to put it into perspective, I think there have been 11 unicorns out of Spain. I have Natalia here. She's from Spain almost. She can confirm that. So 11 unicorns out of Spain, 4 unicorns out of Finland, 35 unicorns out of plug-and-play ecosystem. So this is a huge achievement, and how we do it is basically via this huge ecosystem, via this huge networking facility we created through years of effort, and actually via utilizing our first mover advantage in the startup ecosystem as well. No need to. So just a bit deep dive into, why I told you, we work with, corporates, we work with startups, we work with, governments, organizations. So why would a startup want to work with us? I guess, the room is mostly interested from the startup's point of view. Well, we have this huge ecosystem. We don't just invest. We can potentially invest, but we don't just invest. We can introduce you to some of our corporate partners if you're in our ecosystem. We have this tool, proprietary tool called Playbook. If you register into Plug and Play's ecosystem, that means we know you. We can potentially scout you and introduce you to a corporate partner. Obviously, there are filters. You can't just like go and register yourselves. We need to know you, understand your business, and if you qualify to register in our proprietary tool Playbook, then that means we would be we would be able to introduce you to our different stakeholders in our ecosystem. And we can introduce you to, even though maybe we may pass on the opportunity because we have our own filters, like, for example, we don't invest into corporates that have single founders. We don't invest into, I don't say don't, but like usually, we don't prefer investing into very late stage startups. So we prefer early to seed stage startups. So if you don't fit into this criteria, but we know an investor that fits into their criteria fits into your startup, then we can introduce. It's not just, we believe in sharing. We believe in the more introductions we do, the more, interactions that take place in our ecosystem, the better it is for the entire ecosystem. So we work for the good of the startup world, basically, and our aim is to foster innovation all around the world. Why would corporate partners work with us? We work as their corporate partners being like companies, Shell, Ford, Porsche. You've seen some of the names over there. Why would they want to work with us? We work as the kind of like under their innovation department as an extension of their innovation activities. We can help them scout global technologies. We sit at the very top of the global trends. We know what's going on in the world. We can scout from China as well as from Germany, from Silicon Valley, everywhere. So we know what's going on all around the world. So instead of, putting in all the effort to set up your own global division that can scout all around the world, you can just agree to just partner with us and we'll do all the work for you. So we are a global extension of the existing corporate innovation activities of our corporate partners. And we sometimes invest with them together. We sometimes do workshops for them, we introduce them to some of the ideas, we deep dive into some of the ideas together. So yeah, you can extend and elaborate from there. It's a huge ecosystem. I'll just skip these. Actually, 1 second. Yeah, this is actually the tool I mentioned, Playbook. This is our proprietary online platform where you can, if you have a startup, you can just email us the details. We can put you on the platform and see what happens next. So just briefly, very quickly about Plug and Play Istanbul. As I mentioned, we actually started operating in January 2021. The first vertical that opened in Istanbul, this is our team here. We opened the mobility and IoT vertical first. Our corporate partners here they are Mext, iGaz, and Otokoç. We've been working with them for over 2 years now, mostly focusing on technologies to do with mobility and IoT, as well as smart manufacturing, so from supply chain to Industry 4.0. We've done some great work. Also, we partnered with Türk Telekom to help their own accelerator program. We worked as an extension of their accelerator program. This is just a brief overview of what happened over the past 2 years within this vertical. It's wrong. We were founded in 2021. We completed a lot of programs, more than 400 startup introductions, 9 focus weeks, etc. They probably don't mean a lot to you because there's a lot of lingo going on, so I won't spend too much time on this. So we are about to set up a new vertical here that's called Smart Cities. Smart Cities can mean a lot of things. Smart cities, when you first think of smart cities, you usually mean like, an ecosystem, infrastructure, building, real estate, etc. But in our world, smart cities is everything, it's hybrid. You can talk about sustainability in smart cities, you can talk about fintech, mobility, IoT, you can talk about supply chain, like real estate and construction. City, if you think about it itself as an ecosystem, so to bring technology into this ecosystem, you need to be innovating across the space, from fintech to insurtech to sustainability to supply chain, whatever. So here, the first founding partner in the smart cities vertical is TOG. We're going to have, well, we have 2 more partners that have confirmed. We can have up to 6 founding partners, 6 corporate partners. They're companies, big companies, in a vertical. So we have an energy company, a very big energy company that confirmed to join this vertical. We just signed the agreement, so I cannot really disclose the name before they disclose it themselves. We've just signed with a bank, one of the largest banks in Turkey. They'll do the, again, press release very soon. You'll hear about it. So we're looking for 3 more partners in this vertical, and we'll be going live here and doing a lot of innovation in the ecosystem. So if you think your startup is relevant for this ecosystem, please feel free to get in touch, or if you have any ideas, if you're a corporate wanting to work with Plug and Play, let me know. I mean, I'm going to give you my email at the end of the presentation, or you can just add me on LinkedIn, and we'll further our conversation there. So yeah, these are like some of the subtopics under what we mean, for example, by IoT. You can talk about AI, big data, industrial IoT, smart infrastructure, etc., etc. So these are like some of the top partners we're working with under these innovation ecosystems. Yeah. Our investments, I told you, we also invest, and since, well, in our first year of operation, investment hadn't been our main focus because we first of all set up the existing infrastructure, start working with corporate partners, and then we start to invest. Over the past couple of years, we invested into 4 Turkish startups, or startups that are owned and operated by Turkish people. Musicsend, Delivery AI, and Pfizer, Smart Kiwi. Going forwards, we'll be doing more investments. So, well, we have our KPIs moving in that direction. So if you have an early stage startup, you have a revolutionary idea, we are a very friendly investor that can help you and guide you. We're just more than an investor, actually. Yeah, this is my presentation. I have 3 more minutes left. If you have any questions, if you don't have any questions, I can run you through some of the case studies I have here, just to maybe like help you understand what we mean by corporate startup partnerships. Any questions? Nothing in the audience? Okay. So, this is a case study I like very much. AB InBev is one of the largest, actually confectionery firms in the world. They were interested in improving their demand forecasting accuracy, and they are a corporate partner in China. So they said, introduce us to a startup that can help us improve our demand forecasting accuracy. And we introduced them to a startup called Predivere. Straight after introduction, within a space of a few months, maybe just a couple of months, their demand forecasting accuracy improved from 70% to 88%, which meant $27 million of savings. So we don't just mean like innovation for the sake of exploring the space. There's huge value to be created via partnering with startups. It's not a joke. It's not just an exercise. It's not something just, you walk around and you have fun. There's some serious value creation opportunity for corporates while partnering with startups. Again, Daimler is our founding partner at Startup Autobahn in Germany, in Stuttgart. They are interested in this initiative called the Next Green Thing. We introduced them to a lot of startups, for example, one of them being UBQ. They create car parts from household trash. From your trash, they create car parts. Biomic, it creates like leather from fungal mushrooms, basically. They make car leather from mushrooms. Opus 12, they create car parts from CO2. So like from nothing, from air, basically. So these guys, they're in the new Daimler cars, like in Mercedes cars or like trucks. So this is not just something they have fun with, exercise ideas. They actually take these ideas and implement into their cars. This is what we mean by startup corporate partnership. We are in an era, the DNA of a corporate is very different from the DNA of a startup. I call it like the DNA of the corporate belongs to the world, whereas the DNA of the startup is like an alien thing. So it's very hard to create innovation to that extent from within a corporate. So you have to collaborate with a startup. It's not an option. It's not a, oh, I'll just explore the space. If you want to stay in this game, if you want to be, if you want to make sure your company is going to be alive, you have to continue to innovate. And I think within 10 years, more than 80% of the global innovation is going to come through startup collaborations. So this is where we stand. Thank you very much. I have only 30 seconds left. I can take one question. If not, I'm going to leave the stage. But it's a pleasure to meet you. It's incredible to be here. Please, yeah, go on. Well, the main characteristics, well, actually, they have very few in common with each other than the fact that they are very early stage investments. As I said, we invest into very early stage startups, seed stage even, and you need to have more than one co-founder. So if you are a single founder, that's a challenge for us. We like B2B models, but not necessarily all of the startups we invested are B2B. Our filters, again, can be anything. We do spray and pray models, so we can invest into any kind of idea, but mostly we like to focus on B2B, very early stage, and more than one founder. These are the main criteria. Thank you so much. My time is up. Take care. See you later.
Lale Can Gözübüyük, everyone. Thank you very much for your dynamic presentation and remarks. Now it's time to talk about global collaboration and expansion strategies for startups. It's my pleasure to invite Yong Kap Kim, CEO at Born to Global. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him to the stage. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Pleasure to have you here.
Is there any slide controller? Okay, thank you. Wow, many people. Thanks for calling me. My name is Jong Kim, and I'm very happy to sit here. And I saw the 250 years anniversary, ITU, for next year. I'm very honorable to, standing here, very long history and a very heritage university. And especially I saw many startups outside of the conference room. All startups is fantastic. They have a very brilliant technology, and almost all startups are B2B area, I think. This is my like position. I like technology startup, and especially B2B startup. It can help human life more convenience and more beneficiary. Today, I'm gonna share some like a strategic approach as a startup, tech startup, how they go to the global market. Actually, in Korea, we are a very small Asian country, and we are very segregated, some culture or some habit kind of country. So globalization is always a big headache for the Korean companies. Of course, right now, Samsung and LG, Hyundai, are like a big company. They have a global, very good position, but not that many Korean startups, they can get into the global market. So that's why our organization, Born to Global Center, we made it some government agency and try to develop how we promoting the tech startup in the global market. So I want to share the little bit about our strategic approach with your, another startup people. So before I begin my presentation, I want to just a little pinching your brain. So almost everybody is involved in any kind of startup or startup ecosystem worker. So what do you do every day as a co-founder or CEO of the startup, especially tech startup? I presented this diagram. This is inside of the brain from the 6 a.m. to the next day 6 a.m., 24 hours. It should be, like a workflow as a co-founder or CEO of the startup. So we always is starting from the market, left or upper left corner. So look at the market first and develop the product. We call this as product market fit. After you define your product, you should find out how you deliver your product in the market. We call this as channel delivery. So product channel fit, you should do it. After you find your channel, delivery channel, how do you make the money? Business model, right? So based on your finding channel, you should fit your business model to channel fit. After you find out your business model, then you're gonna check it out another market. So this is a ongoing process. Whenever you, as a co-founder or CEO, you have a meeting with other people or you have a team meeting inside of your company, your brain works like that flow, real time, 24 hours. Even you have a sleep, in your dream, you should think about this. When you attend the exhibition, you have a meeting with somebody, you should figure it out, which one. This is a market or channel or business model or product side. Then you should figure it out. What kinds of solution, what kind of answer I can get it in 20-minute meeting, 1 hour meeting, even the 6 hours meeting. Without these kinds of the flow frame, your time is wasting. You just following here and there and walk around. So this is, I told in my Korean startup, every moment you should find out where are you. It's a product market fit or channel market fit or business model and channel fit. Some other way you should find out and try to maximize your time consumption. This is a startup because most important, essential word, asset of the startup is time. Time is very important. So I emphasize this, the frame to saving your time, focusing what you do every day, and getting some result from all this process, then your company will grow. That's a very gentle statement, but the reality is a little different. But anyhow, this is a framework. So I just introduce, just to share. Based on this concept, we're going to talk more. Before I proceed, I'm going to share the Korean startup ecosystem. So now everybody knows about the BTS and Korean food, chicken, and some cell phone like Galaxy or Hyundai automobile, the car. But not that many people knows about the startup ecosystem. Korea is a very interesting country, promoting the startup as a government initiative. So unlike other plug-and-play present, the Silicon Valley, Korea starting the startup promotion from the government initiative, not the private initiative. So far, the government support, government initiative is a very huge part of the Korea ecosystem. So, for example, we have not that many, but about 40,000 startups every year. We create that. Of course, out of that 40%, 30% die, but still, I think over 50% they survive every year, and getting more create different type of the startup. So this is our overview of the Korean ecosystem. And also the government spent $1.4 billion every year to the startup promotion, for especially commercialization. So every startup has their product, but this is the kind of the lab style product. It's not proven yet to market. They need some POC, they need some partnership, but before than that, they have to finish their commercialization or mass production system. Otherwise, not cooperate, big company can use it. So the government support on that commercialization area, biggest amount of our support money. So, and then this is, I think, there's a very unique feature. Other than the government support, the Korea ecosystem special character is a bit dynamic. So all countrywide, they talk about startup, and that they try to set up their own startup, no matter what their existing employee in the big company or like a student. We don't care. They try to starting their own startup, and here and there they can get the support. In the local government, federal government, here and there, we have around 300 posts, all the Korea Peninsula, and when they visit any center, they can get the support. So this is a kind of picture of the Korea ecosystem. And we have about 170 venture capitalists, and we invest like 10 billion, around the $10 billion for the early stage startup investment. So this is a ballpark figure. Compared to the Silicon Valley has a $40 billion every year investing for the early stage startup, and that they have a huge ecosystem, like 400 legal firms, which is focusing on the startup, and 200, the accounting firm. They have only focusing on the startup. This is what we call this ecosystem, like a middleman and a service provider, HR, marketing. There are a humongous number of the companies that support the startup. That's the symbol of the Silicon Valley. But like a Korea, the government driving and the traditional
We're cutting off our live broadcast from the panelist room because we're joined by a very special guest, Lalecan Gözübüyük, the Regional Director of Plug and Play in NIA. Let's pick our brains for a little bit. Thank you for joining us.
Very nice to meet you. Thank you so much for hosting me.
Let me pick your brains for a little bit. I want to get your perspective on how do you think this event benefits the economy? How does it accelerate technological growth in the country? And how does it fit into the entrepreneurship ecosystem here and globally?
That's a great question, actually. Well, events like this bring the ecosystem together, and the first step in bringing ideas together is actually the first step in making the ecosystem bigger is to bring ideas together, and you learn from each other. That's the whole idea about creating an ecosystem. And if you think about it, there are studies about how innovation is going to be the sole driver of economic growth. So this is nothing to underestimate. There's so much going on here. I mean, some of the companies, some of the technologies you meet here are probably going to be the future of Turkey. It's that important to that extent.
Well, you're talking about the future of Turkey, but you personally, as a tech investor and as someone who's at the head of a company who brings forth investors, if I'm not wrong, who brings together investors and startup companies, what do you look for in a startup company? What makes a startup company stand out? What makes you say, this is the future?
Well, I think if anybody would say they can claim that I know what's going to be the future, they would probably be wrong. Like, no one knows what's going to be the future, but we have some guesses. We have some educated guesses. But we personally really care about scalability. We're living in global times. The startup could be based in anywhere, all around the world. I mean, you could be based in Turkey, you could be based in Spain, whatever. But as long as your product is scalable to the entire world, that is of my interest. So scalability is number one. Obviously, founders' criteria, like we want educated, smart, interested founders, ideally more than one founder, because we like co-founding ecosystem. And also, we also, like as Plug and Play, I mean, I might have different personal views, but we quite like to invest in B2B strategies as well. Yeah. So
it's about finding good people, driven people, and also scaling it on a global level, which is very fitting for the theme here at OFF Istanbul. But that's all from us, so let's get back to the panelist room and enjoy your show.
Market maybe 2 or 3 years later, after proving global market. And that finally they go down in the Korean market. So this is Born to Globals. The Korea Ministry of Science and ICT set up this organization, and I joined the Born to Global from the Silicon Valley. I was living in Silicon Valley 25 years, And I'm very happy to see the plug and play. 2002, we worked together and set up the plug and play, but unlikely other countries not successful. But now the plug and play is over 20 years history, and they have a huge experience accumulate, and then they'll very successfully deploy other countries the similar program. But anyhow, we starting that, and then we helping, the all relevant service to the startup. We don't define any certain services. Because of startup, they need everything. They need everything and they need any time. So we call this a membership. When you select as a government program, we giving 1 year membership. In a 1 year, they asking any kinds of service providing for us. So we have to reply on that. So like legal, accounting, patent, especially in the global business, your PCT is necessary. This is a must-have bullet. Without the PCT, you never show your business plan to other countries' people. Don't trust, because so many genius people living in the world. So they saw your one line, simple hint, they can create similar product in 2 months, 6 months. Especially in the Xinjiang, we always be careful. 2 weeks, 1 week, the same product came out. They never see the drawing or something, but even somebody watching the YouTube, they can create. So when you protect your idea and services, PCT is a must-have mandatory services, NIL, PL, HR, marketing, whatever. When you're growing up, your HR system is very critical. So mostly out of failed company, 70 or 80%, the reason to failure is HR problem. When you're growing up, Series A, Series B, you hire more people and replace some people, and the internal conflict, and they don't work each other, break it, so collapse. This is typical way. So we're providing the HR services. When they staging up, then we're just educating and providing the professional HR services. So this is our main functionality. Then the reason I introduced this one is we want to share these services to the Turkish startup also, because I said globalization, one main core essential functionality is of global people. Global people work together and they can create global business together. So out of the product market fit is the first step. This is most very famous, and so many startups like that kind of services. We're providing the product market fit services for each startup. And this is our statistic. The mostly AI, data, or IoT company, our portfolio company configured. And yearly, I think the 2 or 3, the IPO. The final goal of the startup is exit, not the Series A, Series B. Series A, Series B, unicorn is kind of process, just process. Before you exit, your end mark is not achieved yet. So our goal is how many exit, M&A or IPO. So every year, we think we have 1 or 2 exit every year, and then I think this is a great achievement. And many people talk about the POC, because all over you is a B2B business, and you should find out where will be my first victim. It should be my first victim. We should be providing that our services and integrate their system, and that they have to taking test and prove and validate our services, and then let us know this is good or not, or giving some very valuable feedback. Then I can changing my product or services. We call this is a pivot. So to make the pivot team, we need to have a POC. So we asking the global organization or company having partnership and providing the yearly 1 or 2 POC cases. For example, Continental is a car tire manufacturing, but they said car tire business, 2 or 3 years later, it'll be dying because the tire itself is changing. So they looking for some new business, like a smart city. then we providing the smart city relevant technology company, and then they providing the POC procedure, and they're very successfully working together. Every year, one or two company get into their, the collaboration process and having some revenue. I said revenue. For the startup, revenue is much, much important than the investment. If you don't have recurring, continuous revenue, I don't care of the size of the revenue, but you cannot get the investment. So try to find out where will be my recurring revenue point. This is a business model, I think. So one-time revenue, second-time revenue is okay, but it's not valuable. To calculate your value is not, the adding your point. But recurring revenue like $10,000 is okay, $5,000 is okay. But every month, if you get the revenue, your company value is huge. Unlikely one-time, two-time million revenue. So we try to providing the tech matching program continuously. And Turkey, we have several partners and try to work together, providing these kinds of opportunity. As a final metrics is like we got the foreign global investment like $3 billion. And recently the FX is crazy. So Korea won is a huge number. So relatively I got a good number. And case 996 cases of PCT. So patent is a very essential, important for the globalization. And for the COVID-19, our export or go to the different country and having them POC is impossible. So every country is closed down. So we try to develop different strategic approach like a joint venture. So startup to startup can work together. And we survey all global big corporations. Their demand is huge. They're looking for aggressively the innovative idea, but they're looking for total solution. But as a startup, we cannot providing the total solution. We have a module solution. So always there's the struggle. They're looking for some large scale of the total solution, but we provide one module. But they say, your technology is good, but not enough. Then how about you? You're gonna extend your R&D capability immediately? No, impossible, because you're a startup. So we suggest startup to startup work together and to make the one large solution, which is demand from the big corporation. And I think it will work. So we designed the joint venture system, and we tapping the pilot market from the Korea. The Latin America is 180 different angle of the different country. Nobody travel there and working there. So we picked a Latin America country, startup, 100. And we select the 100 Korean startup and try to matchmaking, joint venture. 10 months, we have 5 couples from the Mexico, Colombia, Argentina, different country, different startup. They work brilliantly. Now, they form joint venture and they extend their business from Latin America to the Canada, Latin America to the United States very easily. So this is our proven concept, and today I want to share this kind of relationship we can extend Turkish startup, Korean startup. Not necessarily Korean startup, but Turkish startup, England startup, work together and develop like one total solution and approaching the big company as our consumer. It can be more high success probability. You can help them. So this is what you're working at. And for the 1 year, last year, even the Corona-19, we have about 35 cases joint venture. Out of that, Turkey, we have Turkey 1 case. So our data IoT, the company working with the Turkey startup, and they joint venture and open the market UAE. So this is a totally different approach, and it works. And a small amount of the effort, as a startup, it's very easy to open talk and to collaborate and to set up the joint venture. So I want to show this is another way about, as a startup, working with the global market, just to jump into that and immediately you're starting your own startup. This is a map from the Korea, how we work with it. So before we starting the joint venture, I thought everybody want to go to the Silicon Valley or New York. But reality is Korean startup want all around the world, different partnership. So I think that Turkey is the same, similar. So many startups want to have go other country, even I don't know, Africa or something. But why not? We work together and making some opportunity. Then your globalization is much shortcut to achieve it. So this is my presentation. So first, I want to emphasize, B2B POC is very essential. To providing it, you should do the product market fit first. And then, even though you got the POC opportunity, they asking total solution or big solution, then why not? Put your hand with the other startup and work together. This is another way to tackle global big guys or below global market. Thank you.
Young Kap Kim, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, sir, for your remarks. Now our next session is called Using Silicon Valley to Get into the US Market. And it's now my pleasure to invite Michael Meisterling, partner at Boot Up World. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him. Welcome, sir.
Do I get a little clicker? Oh. This one? Okay. Hi everyone, how are you? Can you hear me? So first of all, thank you for being here, hot on the heels of 2 sessions dealing with ecosystems and globalization. I think the talk you just heard from the perspective of Korea was really amazing. I think globalization in terms of taking your startup into new markets should start early in your thinking, right? And there are many ways open to you to do that if you bake it in early into your DNA. I'm going to talk to you specifically about Silicon Valley because that is where I work and the ecosystem that I work with from an international perspective. I'm a partner at a company called Boot Up. We help companies to come to Silicon Valley, but I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go in. Now, this is a Chinese curse, right? And it says, may you live in interesting times. And here, interesting times means difficult times. So you wish upon someone to live in times that are difficult for them. And we live in some of the most difficult times of my lifetime, right? Hot on the heels of a pandemic, a global pandemic that shut down Silicon Valley, recession fears all around the world, war going on in Europe, energy crisis and inflation. And inflation is something that you have been dealing with here in Turkey for quite some time now. And I think you've been dealing with it from a startup perspective really rather quite well. These are times really where you need to think about any opportunity you can think about to bring your startup in front of a bigger audience, in front of people who either buy your products or invest in it. So going global is an increasing pressure for you. Now, obviously, when we talk global, the US, as represented by this, is a very interesting market to think about because it is the world's largest consumer economy. It is one of the most advanced economies in the world. It is extremely business-friendly. Business calls a lot of shots. That may not be so good for you as a consumer, but as a business, that's very good. It's also huge. So you can't think of America as one big country, right? You need to think of it as lots of little economies on a state basis or ecosystem basis. Many of them are larger than many economies around the world, and you need to choose your entry point to the US very carefully against the background of what your startup does, where your customers are, and where potential partners and investors are, right? So, now, taking things to the US is not only difficult because it is far away, but also because the culture is very different. It's very hard on the assumptions that you formed about who you are as a startup, what your product is, what your value proposition is, who your customers are, your buying personas. All of that can quickly go out of the window when you hit the US. And culture is an important part. Now, if you think about Silicon Valley as an entry point and this is the talk we have today, for your Turkish startup to get into the US market, you need to understand it is very far away from here. And it's very far away not just in practical issues, distance, time zone, how do you speak to your team back here, but also in culture, in competitive pressure, and in risk. So should you think about Silicon Valley as a natural entry point? That's more the conversation we have here today, and I'm just going to sketch some ideas to make you believe or not believe that that is a good place for you to go. But before I go any further, can I have a show of hands? Who's actually interested, or perhaps even already there, to take their company to the US? Hands? Okay, 1, 2, 3, no one. None of you is interested in it. Okay, fair enough. All right, okay, good. So, generally I think, and this is all from my experience of working with startups, coming over, all right, and not being native from the ecosystem, but also having moved there at some stage, there are 3 types of thinking when it comes to coming to the US. I apologize, the slides are ugly for one reason, and that is I've made them, all right, and I'm not a good slide maker. But I wanted to do something specific for this. The first mode is what I call tourists. This is not a scientific classification, but it's people who either come to the US to learn about how perhaps they could use the US as a market or as a place to do business. And that's a good way of sort of encountering the US in the first place. But often tourists kind of overstay their welcome, and what they do is they just try to get 1 or 2 customers because US customers are bigger, because US customers are profitable, or at least they're large in the money they have. And they try to build a business around that tourist mindset, right? Where they sell what they have, and often that fails at great cost. The second type I've classified as explorer. And I did that because explorations, missions to explore are usually well thought through, well researched. They know what they want to find. They know how to draw conclusions from it. This is a good way of getting into the market, right? Because you understand how that market is different from your market, and you have the resources, support of your co-founders, support of your investors in your home ecosystem, and you can make good business. But the best way, in my view, is to consider the US, and particularly Silicon Valley, from a native perspective, right? How can I lock into all of the advantages of the ecosystem that Silicon Valley is, or perhaps any other ecosystem in the US, in order to be competitive in that ecosystem? So, just a little bit about what I do, and this is not about us, this is about you coming to Silicon Valley, but I'm a partner in a company called BootUp. We're an innovation ecosystem in Menlo Park, which is right in the center of Silicon Valley. We work with startups, help them enter the ecosystem and grow. Corporates on their innovation strategy, 10 years out, what will the future bring, where do they need to invest? And we work with governments. How can we transfer knowledge from the ecosystem there to ecosystems around the world? We're also associated with an early stage fund and our own angel group, so we can help startups in that. But we take a boutique approach. What that means is, over the last 10 years, we've worked with 500 startups, whereas if you look at the large accelerator models that are going on, they may have that many in one cohort that runs 3 months. So we're quite specific about helping startups come into the ecosystem, from an immersion to decide whether the ecosystem is right for them, to readiness programs to make them land in the ecosystem around all of the dimensions that they need to consider. We help them fundraise, and we sit in with them until we get to a meaningful stage of growth for the company to actually initiate a global company rather than just have a startup that had a seed round, right? So as part of that, as you can see here in some detail, but you don't need to concern yourself with the detail, we look very specifically about the readiness of a startup coming over. And as the previous speaker said, and I'd like to emphasize, be early. It's a good way to bake early into your global thinking into your early startup design if you can. But no matter what your stage, we will look at what your requirements are in order to land in the ecosystem, particularly with the view to competition. And here I would say competition you always need to think of as a noun, i.e. who am I competing with, what are the companies, how are they invested, what is their tech, but also a verb, because quite often there are competitors providing services to a culture that's local or even global that is different from your home country, right? And uses or derives a benefit that you deliver through your tech in many different ways. You need to look at that. So, the question remains, should you use Silicon Valley as an entry point to the US, right? All my knowledge is derived from working there. Take it with a pinch of salt. There's many ways of looking at that. And of course, it depends, right? And in my view, to break it down in a short talk, like the one we're having today, it depends on whether you want to compete from outside or whether you want to compete from within. You have to make that decision. At some stage, you know, that is an important aspect of your strategy. So to begin with, as we said earlier, the US has many markets. It has many economies, and they're very attractive. But with them also come many startup ecosystems, right? And if you compete from outside, then you may find that in these ecosystems, there's a lot of startups that resonate with the clients that are also in these ecosystems, your potential customers, right? A lot of competition can spring up from this. If you look at it from competing from within, that will give you opportunities to also hook into an ecosystem that can further your ambitions, right? It's a decision we need to take. Looking at the US in general, just in terms of firepower, which you shouldn't underestimate, we know there's been a startup investment bonanza around the world, but the US still has 50% global VC share, right? That means, just on an individual startup financing basis here, a lot of startups get financing, and they get it all across the finance stages, but particularly we've seen a growth in the early stage financing. That can be good for you, right? But it can also be difficult for you because it can foster competition and it can spring up competition really quickly if you're successful with what you do coming from the outside. Now this was all numbers about the past. We know we live in interesting times. What about the future? So if you look at VC dry powder, meaning the money that VCs still have in their pockets and are committed to spend over the next few quarters or even next few years, then some say that is a positive outlook for the US because it commands more than half of VC dry powder in the world in one country. And again, I think what we see here with this dry powder going forward, it's actually a good opportunity for startups coming from other ecosystems, particularly Turkey, I think, because Turkey has a very skilled workforce, it has great technical talent, it has a lot of ingredients here that you can export, but it has a much lower cost base. And this is the world we're moving into, where until recently we've seen insane valuations in Silicon Valley. I mean, really insane, right? Now we see valuations coming down. That means there's more money available to do more deals. That could be a good thing for you. On top of that, growth at all cost has ended. We now have a growth and efficiency paradigm. It's still a global ecosystem. You can't come to Silicon Valley if you don't want to grow. But what you have is, you have more of an emphasis on how can you spend your money wisely. And the history of the world has shown that those economies who are good at using restrained resources and in a creative way can create global dominance. Japan is an example for that. So what does that mean for you? Okay, again, right? Thinking from within or without, how can you tap into all of this at an early stage of your development? Another thing that's important to consider, and then I'll stop with the graphs, I think, is that CVC, corporate venture capital, stays strong. It's really been driving VC funding in the last few years, and it sits at 26%, and it's still going up. Of course, no one can predict the future, but this is important for Silicon Valley because it has a lot of corporate investors sitting there, right? So think about that when you choose the ecosystem.
We're cutting our live broadcast now because we're joined by a very special guest, Jong-Kap Kim, the CEO of Born to Global, who just got out of a conference in a very enlightening conversation. So we're going to pick his brains for a little bit. Jong-Kap, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me.
So let's pick your brains a little bit. Let's get some of your experience. I know that you talked a lot about it in the conference, but in a global environment like this, where we're joined by people from over 30 different countries, how does this benefit the global entrepreneurship system And what are you hoping to give people, the participants here, what are you hoping to give them?
Yes, nowadays we have a very huge economic challenge because of the corona and Ukraine. Here and there, many problems came out in the global situation. Out of that, kinds of the former, like 30 years ago, 20 years ago, traditional trading system is now working very well. Especially, we are living on the digital era. Everybody talk about the AI, network, and the data, something. So it can, make us different type of the business model, different type of the globalization strategy. So I want to share today's all the startup people. They have to focusing more on the how they deliver their product and services to the global customer, global consumer, global client. To make that for the last 20 years, the system is now work very well. Because every country has their value chain ecosystem is inside of their own country, not to share the other country, but because of the the new type of digital technology, everybody has it. We can deliver our service without the cross-country borderline. Now the country shut down, but we can deliver our services to other country even though their country borderline is cut down. So this is a new type of the system right now. We have it. So I want to evangelize to our startup. Do not stay in your domestic market because your technology is very rare and precious. So it can be benefit to all the global people. But why not? You try it. But people, we have to travel through the airplane. It's very difficult. But now you can use internet, cloud, or something like you can advertising your product YouTube. So you can choose any kinds of the channel solution to introduce our solution. Then it can be more easy to access global market and system. So this is my emphasizing point. And I saw this today. All these companies are very different type of technology. But I'm worried about if they too much focusing on technology. It can be like a lab, research institution. So their achievement is, I create a new technology, I'm done. No, please do not stay there. From there, you can create a business model and go to the customer and asking them, do you need this kind of advanced technology or not? If they don't need, it's useless. Even the academically is a great achievement, but it's useless. So this is a product market fit. Without the product market fit, your technology, your idea is kind of the waste. For the human life, nobody like it. So I said, this is entrepreneurship. Then it can make some money. With the money, you can create a job. And the bigger company, that means more customer having the benefit. So my point is, technology should serve benefit of the human life. I don't care, smart city or mobility, but if it does not help the existing life, it's useless. And nobody willing to pay it. Yeah? So to make the pay it should be providing some benefit. This is, I said, like a product market fit, channel fit, but the term is very academic, but reality is focusing on the customer and fit their advanced technology into the normal people's thinking way. Then it can create like a Facebook or Google, huge company in the globally. And it doesn't matter of the nationality. So that's why I came from Korea, but I introduced a Korean startup and Turkish startup. So work together, create another brilliant idea, then US people will buy it. There's no choice. So this is, I think, we evangelize, work together, not isolate in the Istanbul. So get out Istanbul and showing your product and work together. So this is my saying that.
Thank you for your valuable pieces of information. I'm sure that's going to broaden our perspective. Thank you so much for that. We're going to let you go back to the conference room here. That's all from us for now, but please enjoy the rest of your show.
how? As I said, there is no general blueprint. Sure, you can read guides on the technicalities and the things that you could do wrong, but overall, when you have a startup, in my experience, I've done many startups and, I've worked with many startups, it's an ambiguous thing. We've come to learn that there are frameworks that are really useful. We've come to learn that there are great communities. I did my first startup in the late 90s, and we became a unicorn. We IPO'd. We made a lot of money. There were no frameworks. There were no ecosystems. There were no things that helped us to guide this. We have all this now. That is great. But we mustn't mistake this for the real hard decision-making that we need to bring to the table on the more ambiguous topics of the decisions we have to make. And for that, you need a strong partner. So find a partner in the US, mentor or some other partner, look at all the stakeholders that are important for you to learn, and have them walk the walk with you. Don't just have them tell you one thing that you need to do and then they go away. Find someone local who can bring you into the culture. Really challenge your current thinking around growth. If you say, I don't want global growth, I don't want someone to tell me all the time I need to grow, go somewhere else. That's a perfectly good way of running your startup if you want to run it that way. So you have to make that decision. Take part in local programs. We've had some program speakers here earlier. There's tons of programs in Silicon Valley. They split into boutique companies that work with you more directly and more closely, to some that run big cohorts and just give you information or support you in other ways. Make your own decision on that. But you got to go native. You got to snap out of the tourist mindset, because the ecosystem is one that needs decoding. Like I said earlier, people will walk away from you very quickly if they feel that you're not committed to it, if they don't understand what you're doing because you're not clear about what you're doing, and if you don't have a global growth mindset, because that is what feeds the ecosystem. People coming together under more or less the same banner. Except that your traction in other markets just doesn't count for much, right? So it's good to have a big client in Turkey, it's good to have a big client in Germany, but you need to get traction in the ecosystem, right? People will give you some credit for it, but you can't land and say, hey, I've got 10 big clients, therefore I know how this ecosystem works. It doesn't, right? That's exactly the problem that many startups fail. But I think you should leverage your strength. And together with thinking about it early, think about the distributed teams, right? And we invest in distributed teams for and foremost because it's a really good way to have an efficient cost base. You have your assets in the States, so you can live both worlds in the best way possible, right? Don't delegate. You got to do it yourself. You're the founder. You need to make those decisions. Don't have someone in the US telling you what you need to do. And as I said, start early, right? Bake it into your early decision making. Is this something that I want? And then that gives you a good platform to actually come. If you want to talk more, if you want to get some more insights, this is my email. I'm not sure whether this will be made available. You can find me on LinkedIn. I'm very happy to chat if you have more concrete questions. But for now, that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Michael May is telling everyone, thank you very much, sir. Now it's time for today's last session. It's a success story. It's about e-girişim. It's now my pleasure to invite Hilmi Öğütçü, founder of e-girişim.
Sunum Türkçe yapılacak. Türkçe.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be a simultaneous translation. This presentation will be in Turkish, so if you need your headphones, please go and get outside from the conference hall. And there will be a simultaneous translation from Turkish to English if you'd like to use that.
Okay. Bekleyelim o zaman. 2 dakika bekleyelim.
Tabii bekleyelim. Evet, şu anki sunum bir başarı hikayesi. E-girişimin kurucusu Hilmi Öğütçü bizimle birlikte. Simultane çevreye ihtiyacı olan misafirlerimizin dışarıdan kulaklıkları almasını rica ettik. 1-2 dakika bekliyor olacağız Hilmi Bey'le birlikte. Lütfen yerlerinizden ayrılmayın.
İTÜ'nün yeri bende çok ayrıdır. Benim e-girişim serüvenimde ilk profesyonel adımlarımı İTÜ ile attım. İTÜ Çekirdek'te. Hiç İTÜ Çekirdek girişimi var mı burada ya da İTÜ Çekirdek'ten yolu geçmiş birileri var mı?
Evet, birkaç tane el görüyorum.
Birkaç kişi var, evet.
Güzel. Çünkü öğrenci ağırlıklı bir topluluk. Tabii bütün koltukların dolu olmasını da beklerdim. Genelde böyle etkinliğin son saatlerine kaldığında hep böyle o bir motivasyon düşmüş oluyor.
Sabah çok erken saatlerde başlandığı için genellikle sona doğru biraz.
Evet. Biz de o zaman bu kalanlarla yola devam edeceğiz. Bekleyelim mi bir dakika daha yoksa başlayalım mı?
Yani siz bilirsiniz Hilmi Bey. nasıl
Yavaş yavaş
isterseniz.
başlayabilirim.
Tamam, o
Çok
zaman ben sözü size bırakıyorum.
koltuktan kalkan da çok görmedim. Evet. Benim hikayem ya bir başarı hikayesi, success story deniyor ama ben henüz daha başarılı olduğuma inanmıyorum. Hani mentorlukta da şey vardır ya, bir şeyde uzman olman için 10.000 saati doldurman lazım. Yani 2012'den bu yana 10 yıl oldu ama ben halen 10.000 saati kendi gönlümce doldurmadığımı düşünüyorum. Çünkü hani girişimcilik 10 sene de geçse, 40 sene de geçse bir sonraki gün ya da bir sonraki saat önünüze neler çıkacağını bilmediğiniz bir serüven. Tabii ki motivasyon hesaplarında, hani motivasyonel olan Instagram hesaplarında hep böyle pompalanır. İşte siz de yapabilirsiniz, siz de başarabilirsiniz, işte hayallerinizin peşinden koşun vesaire. Yani bu o kadar kolay bir şey değil. Hani eğer hayalimizin peşinden koşacağız da hani şu soruyu da sorarlar. Hani ben hayalimin peşinden koşacağım da ertesi ay kiramı sen mi ödeyeceksin? Faturalarımı sen mi ödeyeceksin? Yani bu soruyu kendinize çok iyi sormanız gerekiyor bir yola çıkarken. Benim hikayem 2012'de hobi olarak başladı. Böyle girişimcilikle ilgili kendi çapımda birkaç bir şey denemeye çalıştım. Baktım olmadı. Yani böyle bir product üzerinde, hani ürün startupları üzerinde böyle bir iki şey denedim, olmadı. Gittim eğitimler aldım. Sonra dedim ki ben bu yolda bazı sıkıntılar çektim. Ufak ufak e-girişim diye bir domain buldum, şans eseri. Nasıl boş onu da bilmiyorum halen. Yola çıktım. Girişimlerin hikayelerini paylaşmaya başladım. Yaklaşık 10 yıl olmuş. Dile kolay. Nasıl geçtiğini sorarsanız ilk 5 senesi e-girişimin kurumsal bir şirkette çalışarak geçti. Yani ben bazen girişimci olduğunuzda illa işinizi bırakmak zorunda değilsiniz. Eğer konfor alanınızdan çıkmak sizin için bir lüks değilse, işten kalan saatleri girişiminize ayırabilirsiniz. Hani bir laf vardı, hani cumartesi günleri çalışmamak için girişimci oldum, artık pazar günü de çalışıyorum diye. Hani bunu kendinize iyi empoze etmeniz lazım. Genelde böyle arkadaşlar hep yorumu yaparlar. İşte sen girişimcisin, sen saatini kendin çok iyi belirleyebiliyorsun. Öyle bir şey yok. Hani öyle bir dünya yok. İşte ben bu yola çıktığımda hakikaten gecem gündüzüm e-girişim olmuştu. Galiba şunu da bir ilerletmem gerekiyor. Umarım rezil olmam. Evet. 2012'de başlayan bir hikaye demiştik. Ben bu arada sunumu ilerletmeyi unuttum. E-tohum sürecim var. 2015 senesinde Burak Büyükdemir. Burası da İTÜ SDKM sahnesi olmalı. Burası. E-tohum'un 2012, 2013, 2014 yılındaki etkinlikler hep bu sahnede yapılıyordu. Onun için bu sahnenin yeri ayrıdır. Hatta Burak Büyükdemir bu sahnede sunum yaparken ben hep şurada duruyordum. Benim 2013'lü 2014 yıllarım hep şuralarda falan geçti. Yani direkt burada geçti fiziksel olarak. Daha sonrasında işte İTÜ Çekirdeğe bir geçiş yaptım. İşte bu sahne şu, neden koydum Burak Hoca'yı? 2015 senesinde ben e-tohum'da yaklaşık bir yıl boyunca çalıştım. Startuplarla çalışıyordum. Orada startupların seçim süreçleri vesaire, Startup İstanbul 2015, 2016, ya bir şekilde ekipte yer almıştım. Daha sonrasında işte e-girişiminde 2012-2015, 3. senesi bir gün Burak Hoca beni odasına çekti. Ben hani işten artan saatlerde e-girişime odaklandığımı sanıyordum ya. Burak Hoca bana şunu dedi. Gün içerisinde dedi, hani e-girişime verdiğin emek, e-tohuma verdiğin emekten fazla dedi. Bu arada şuna da bir açıklık getireyim. E-tohum ve e-girişim tamamen rastgele denk gelmiş bir isim benzerliği. Yoksa herhangi bir hani e-tohumdan e-girişim ya da e-girişimden e-tohum bir doğrudan bir bağlantısı yok. Sadece ben e-tohumda çalışmıştım. İsim benzerliği vardı. Hani e-girişimin adını bulurken de e-tohumla da bir bağlantısı yoktu. Çünkü bu çok karıştırılıyor, çok soruluyor. Sahnede de bu detayı vermiş olayım. İşte hoca beni, Burak Hoca diyorduk, Burak Büyükdemir, çekti odasına, dedi ki, senin dedi e-girişime verdiğin emek dedi,
tohuma verdiğin emekten, hani ana işine verdiğin emekten daha fazla dedi. 9 Aralık 2015 beni işten çıkardı. Kovdu yani bayağı kovdu yani. Ötesi yok. Sonra bana ertesi gün şirket kurdurdu. İlk faturamı ben Burak Büyükdemir'e kestim. Bana destek verdi. Dedi ki bir gün dedi sen Türkiye'nin girişimcilik odağında en etkili medyası olacaksın dedi. Bazen rakamlar büyüklüğü göstermez. Etki çok önemlidir. Bu en yakınınızdaki 5 kişiyle de doğru orantılı. Yani sizin hayatınızda ne kadar çok arkadaşınız olduğu değil, en yakınınızdaki 5 kişinin nasıl olduğu aslında birazcık sizi belirliyor. Böyle de bir detay vereyim. Burada da bir reklam yapayım. Eray Erdoğan'ın 5 kişiyle podcast diye bir serisi var. Onu izleyebilirsiniz. Belki not alabilirsiniz. İşte Burak Hoca beni kovdu. Sonra fatura kestim Burak Hoca'ya şirket kurup. 2016'da İTÜ Çekirdeğe başvurdum. Ya da 2015'in sonu olabilir, tam hatırlamıyorum. Sonra İTÜ Çekirdeğe kabul edildim. Sonra buradaki geçen serüvenim bir anda İTÜ Çekirdeğe Arı 3'e taşındı. Orada yaklaşık bir yıl boyunca Melih vardı bir zamanlar. İşte Hatice vardı. Mükemmel ekipte. Şu an onlar yoklar. Melih de şu an başka şeyler yapıyor. Melih Efeoğlu. Ben böyle bir şey anlatırken, isim verirken reklam yapmayı da seviyorum. Yani emeği olan insanların adını geçirmeyi ya da markaların adını geçirmeyi seviyorum. Bu da 2015 Big Bang sahnesi. Ya bir tek bu sahne bana şeyde nasip olmadı ya. Big Bang Startup Challenge'ı biliyorsunuz. İTÜ Çekirdek'te başarılı olan girişimlerin, artık finale kalan girişimler burada hep sahneye çıkıyordu. Tabii daha sonrasında bu Uni'ye taşındı. Çok büyüdü çünkü. Bir tek Big Bang Startup Challenge sahnesinde nasip olmadı ama yıllar sonra bu sahnede yeniden İTÜ'lülere karşı sunum yapmak harika bir duygu. Bir İTÜ Çekirdek serüvenim oldu. Dedim ki sonra kurumsal uyur, girişimci uyumaz. İTÜ Çekirdek'te yaklaşık bir yıl boyunca bilirler, o dönemdeki girişimciler de, eski girişimcilerin çoğu da bilir. Hani Hilmi Öğütçü'nün İTÜ Çekirdek serüveni nasıldı? Hakikaten bu gecenin yine bir saati, gece çok sabahladık. İTÜ Çekirdeğe girdiğinizde sol tarafta böyle turuncu toplantı odaları vardı. Biz orada çok sabahladık, çok uyuduk. Yani aklımıza bir fikir geliyor, tam eve gideceğiz mesela, akşam 5, 6, 7 bir fikir geliyor. 1, 2 oluyor, sonra diyoruz ki eve gitmeyelim. İTÜ Çekirdek koltuklarında uyuruz. Yani galiba, ben yanlış anlamışım galiba, konfor alanından çıkmayı. Hakikaten bayağı koltuklar çok rahatsızdı. Hatta çok öneri verdim. Böyle bir uyku kübikleri alsanız çok iyi olmaz mı diye, almadılar. Neyse, yani bunu neden diyorum? Az önceki dediğimle bağlantılı. Siz bir yola çıkacaksanız motivasyonel sözleri, gaza gelmeyi falan bırakın. Gazınız bir süre sonra sönebilir. Sizin iç motivasyonunuzun yüksek olması lazım. Yani başınıza kötü bir olay gelse de, bir yakınınıza kötü bir olay gelse de, çünkü siz artık girişimcisiniz, duygusal olamazsınız. Yani orada şuyum var, burada buyum var, hani işte yok, hani böyle Allah korusun ölüm dışında çok kötü bir şey gelmediği sürece sizin pes etmek gibi, sizin ertesi günde motivasyonunuzu kaybetmek gibi bir lüksünüz yok. Hani herkes yapabilirsiniz diyor da hiç de öyle olmuyor. Hani o ilk müşteriler, hatta kurumsaldan ben istifa ederken, Burak Hoca beni istifaya zorlarken, ki çok da kolay olmuştu, hani istifa etmek zorundasın, ertesi ay faturanı nasıl ödeyeceksin? Yani bunu düşünüyorsun, fatura ödeyeceksin, telefon faturanı ödeyeceksin, Starbucks'tan kahve içmeye devam edeceksin, her gün bir 20-30 lira, şimdi kahveler çok pahalandı ama, yani sürekli bir yemek yemek için para harcayacaksınız. Hani bunlar günlük sizin 100, 150, 200 liralık bir masrafınız var. Bunlar ilkten 30-40 liralar gibi gelebilir ama düzenli bir geliriniz yoksa aya vurduğunuzda korkunç rakamlar yapıyor. Hani siz de bugün size şunu önerebilirim. Bir gün mezun olduktan sonra girişimci olmayı düşünüyorsanız bugünden size şunu önerebilirim. Bugün o çevrenizdeki, öğrenci dolu burada, en yakın olduğunu sandığınız arkadaşlarınızla beraber olup bir proje yapmaya çalışın. Herhangi bir proje, illa içi ticari bir gelir elde etmesi gerekmiyor. Hani en yakın arkadaşlarınızla bir şey yapın, proje yapın, bir şey üretmeye çalışın. İTÜ Çekirdek'te gidin, oradaki mentorlarla görüşün. Yani bakın bakalım girişimcilik nasıl? O en samimi olduğunu sandığınız insanlar gerçekten yola çıktığınızda iş başka, arkadaşlık başka duygusunu taşıyor mu? Bunu şimdiden hazmedin. Çünkü şimdi öğrencisiniz ya, çok fazla gelirle ilgili bir sorunuz yok. Neden yok? Hani bir şekilde halen öğrenci olduğunuz için kimsenin sizden henüz bir maaş beklentisi yok.
Bu rahatlık aşırı güzel. Bugün bir şeyleri denerseniz yarın öbür gün yola çıktığınızda bazı şeyleri daha öncesinden aşmış oluyorsunuz. Çünkü mezun olduktan sonraki sizden beklenen şeyler çok farklı oluyor. Açık konuşmak gerekirse. Yani dediğim gibi bugün benim size önerim, öğrenci dolu burası. Öğrenci dolu burası. Deneyin, bir şeyler deneyin, mutlaka deneyin. Çünkü bugün bazı büyük girişimlerde hep şeyden çıktı, İTÜ diyorum, okulların kantinlerinden çıktı. İTÜ demişken de mesela Fatih İş Becer, Pozitron, İTÜ'nün şeylerinden, kantinlerinden çıkmış bir girişim. Yani Fatih İş Beceri, Fırat İş Beceri, buradan selam olsun. Onların bir hayatlarını okuyun, geçmişine bir bakın. Kurumsal uyur, girişimci uyumaz dedik. Umarım kurumsal yoktur sonra. Hayalini kurduğun yerde olmak. Bunu şundan dolayı ekledim. Bu benim ilk standını açtığım yer. Hani bu şov olsun diye falan da koymadım. Gerçekten ben bizim evin balkonundan şey görünüyordu böyle. Sabancı Kuleleri görünüyordu. Bundan kaç? 97'li seneleri falan. Böyle Sabancı Kuleleri görünüyordu ve başka hiçbir kule yok. Sadece Sabancılar var. Hep böyle hayalini kuruyordum. Ya bu kulelere insanlar çıkabiliyor mu? Orada insan var mı? Hani şimdiki tabirle bunlar prototip mi? İçinde insanlar nasıl yukarı çıkıyor vesaire. 6'lı senelerde küçükken, çok küçüktüm. Bunun hayalini kuruyordum. Bir gün şey dedim ya böyle, hani acaba dedim bir gün buralarda olabileceğim mi? Bunu demek ki öyle bir istemişim ki 2017 senesinde bu fotoğraf benim e-girişimin ilk standını açtığım yer. Hani success story dediler ya, dedim birazcık içini doldurayım falan. Benim için başarı. Yani sizin için olabilir. Ama benim için o hayalini kurduğun yerde girişiminin standını açmak, girişimini tanıtmak, oradaki ziyaretçiler. Bu hangi etkinlikti? Açıkçası onu da hatırlamıyorum. Öyle. Sonra tabii 2016 dedik, araya 2017, 18 normal bir şekilde devam etti. E-girişim, işte video tarafı aktif oldu falan derken aradan 3-4 yıl geçti. Bu sürede de ben hem @tohum'da çalıştım, hem Yemek Sepeti'nde çalıştım. Orada da bir startup projesi vardı, irmik.com. Onun sorumlusuydum. Orada da bayağı startupçılık nedir? Müşteri nasıl kaybedilir, müşteri nasıl kazanılır ya da müşteri kazanmak için nelerinden feragat etmen gerekir, bunu öğrendim. Hatta çok basit bir örnek vereyim. Bazı örnekler, hani hep böyle sahnelerde size böyle şov yapıyorlar, örnekler veriyorlar ya. Bazı örnekler başınıza gelmeden nasıl bir şey olduğunu asla anlamazsınız. Mesela irmik.com restoran B2B platformuydu. Yani siz nasıl Yemek Sepeti'nden bir son kullanıcı olarak sipariş veriyorsanız, Yemek Sepeti'nin alt girişimi irmik.com'da şuydu. Restoran o size sattığı kola, un, tuz, şeker, yağ ürünlerini satın aldığı bir platformdu. B2B platform. Yani biz orada teslim olmayan ürünler vardı. Mesela un çuvalı var. Kaç kiloluk? 20 kiloluk mu oluyordu? Öyle bir şey. 30 kiloluk mu? Biz şirketin aracını alıp işte bir gıda vardı. Oraya gidip oradan alıp restorana teslim ediyorduk. Böyle un falan taşıyorduk böyle. Bir yandan bilgisayarla çalışıyorsun Yemek Sepeti'nin merkezinde. Bir yandan müşteri memnuniyetini sağlamak zorundasın. Bu çok önemli. Yani verdiğin sözü tutmak. Siz bir yerden sipariş verdiğinizde, online e-ticaret sitelerinden sipariş verdiğinizde aslında onlar size bir teslimat sözü veriyorlar. O sözü eğer yani o teslimatı yapamazlarsa sizi kaybetmiş oluyorlar. Biz de öyleydi. Aslında sizin her siparişi onayla butonu bizim size verdiğimiz bir söz oluyordu. Hani bu bütün siteler içinde geçerli. Hayatınız boyunca şunu sakın unutmayın. Verdiğiniz ne yaparsanız yapın. Hep derler ya, bunu diyen belki 1000. kişi falanım ama her şeyinizi kaybedin. Çok da para kaybetmeyin ama itibarınızı kaybetmeyin. Verdiğiniz sözü kaybetmeyin. Ya dersin. Hani bugün şöyle bir olay oluyor. Ahmet diyelim. Ya Ahmet kim ki? İşte Ahmet bir gün karşına çıkıyor. Yani senin bir gün satın alma aşamanda. Ya bugün mesela şöyle örnek vereyim. Sen mesela Ahmet'i umursamıyorsun, Melis'i umursamıyorsun. İsimler örnektir tamamen. Bir gün o Ahmet bir şirketin satın alma yöneticisi oluyor veya bir şirkete karar verici oluyor ve sen bir gün onunla karşı karşıya geliyorsun. Yani gelecekten böyle gelecekte ne olacağını bilmediğiniz için her zaman doğru insan olmak için verdiğiniz sözü tutun. Asla kaybetmeyin. Yola çıkan engeller. İşte aradan kaç yıl geçti? 2021 bu. Pardon 2022. Bir anda 5 sene atladım. Çünkü hepsini 20 dakikaya sığdıramam. Sonra bilenler var mı? Bu fotoğrafları hatırlayan var mı? Abi etrafımı daha az insan hatırladı. Çok ilginç. Bayağı hatırlayanlar var değil mi? Böyle başımdan bir olay geçti. Bu yılın Şubat ayı. Yani 10 sene olunca bazen tarihleri böyle düşünüyorum. Bu sene miydi, geçen sene miydi vesaire. Şimdi Şubat ayında aracımda bir hırsızlık olayı oldu. Daha sonrasında bütün her şeyimi aldılar, çaldılar hırsızlar. Yani kamera, ekipman, bilgisayar, hard diskler yani sıfırladılar. Şey diyorum ben, Hilmi'nin dijital kıyameti diyorum. Dijital kıyamet gibi her şeyi sıfırladılar. Daha sonrasında böyle şey oldum. Kötü oldum bu arada. Hani düşünsenize sizin şu an iş yaptığınız ekipmanları elinizden direkt birileri gelip alıyor ve sırra kadem basıyor. Gerçekten öyle. Oto hırsızlıklarında sırra kadem basılıyor. Sonra buna nereden geleceğim? Sunumun başlığında da söylemiştim. Kitle fonlamaya giden süreç. Burayla biraz bağlantılı. Sonrasında bu başıma geldikten sonra hakikaten ne yapacağımı bilemedim. İşte bir tweet attım. Bu tweet attığım fotoğraf bu. Dedim işte bütün ekipmanlar çalındı. Hani artık neredeyse sıfırım. Sağ olsun gerçekten 1000'e yakın insan yazdı ve destekledi. Bir şekilde desteklediler. Ve ben o süreçte yeniden ayağa kalktım. Tabii o süreçte yeniden ayağa kalkarken beni Hakan abi aradı. Fon bulucunun kurucusu Hakan Yıldız. Buradan selam olsun. Takip edebilirsiniz kendisini de. Değerli bir insandır. Değer üreten bir insandır. Dedi ki Hilmi dedi böyle bir olaylar oldu dedi. Şey yapalım. Seni kitle fonlamaya çıkaralım. Bak dedi yüzlerce binlerce kişi desteklemek istiyor. Sana para vermek istiyor. Yani bir de şöyle bir olay var. Hani birisi size 100 lira, 300 lira, 500 lira, 3-5 kişi yardım eder. Bu hiç kimsenin, devletin gözüne çarpmaz, maliyenin gözüne çarpmaz ama yüzlerce 10 lira, 50 lira, 500 lira, 1000 lira, 20 bin lira destek gelirse bu maliyenin gözüne çarpabilir hesabınıza hareketten dolayı. Dedim abi hiç gerek yok. Hem bu taraftan sıkıntı olur hem de ben bu olayı dedim kitle fonlamaya yormak istemiyorum. Ha bak işte buradan başına böyle bir olay geldi de hadi buradan kitle fonlamadan bir parayı alalım. Hiç öyle bir şeye girişmedim. Önden ödemeli e-girişim tarafından önden ödemeli işler alarak yeniden ekipmanlarımı topladım. Ve yoluma bir şekilde devam ettim. Yani yeniden başlayarak yoluma devam ettim. Yani ağlayıp zırlayabilirdim. Günlerce ekipmanlarımın geri gelmesini bekleyebilirdim. Gelmeyecekti bu arada ve hani bir şeylerin bitti diyebilirdim. Çünkü elimdeki bütün içerikler ve bütün geçmiş içerikler. Yani ben de bir yağmurlu bir havaydı. 20 dakikalığına bir ofise gireyim dedim. Çantalar ağırdı. 20 dakikalığına taşıyamazdım. Dolayısıyla 20 dakika içerisinde her şeyi çözmüş arkadaşlar sağ olsun. Sonrasında işte başıma ufak bir zombi saldırısı geldi. Netflix Türkiye'de paylaşmıştı sağ olsun. O paylaştıktan sonra zaten ortalık karıştı. Yani bunları Twitter'dan bulabilirsiniz. Buraya link falan eklemedim. Yani böyle hani ve bu hırsızlık olayıyla bu zombi olayın arasında böyle 2 aylık bir süreç falan var. Yani sanıyorsun ki böyle bugün benim için araçtır, sizin için başka bir şeydir. Yani herkesin problemi aynı değildir. Anlatabiliyor muyum? Yani bugün benim başıma gelenler sizin başınıza geldiğinizde bir etkisi olmayabilir ya da sizin başınıza gelenler benim için hiçbir önemi bir şey olmayabilir ama hayatınızda hani yolun hani bu sunumun başında da söylemiştim ya neler gelirse gelsin ne tür zorluklarla karşılaşırsanız karşılaşın hep şunu düşünmelisiniz. Bir sonraki adıma çıkacak iç motivasyonunuz var mı? Bu birinin poflamasıyla değil. Yani biri sizi poflamadan da zaten sizin ayağa kalktığınızı görmeli. Ben bu yüzden 10 yıldır Türkiye girişim ekosisteminden zamanımı, emeğimi yani kontrolsüzce kullanarak bütün kuluçka merkezlerine, bütün hızlandırma programlarına, bütün etkinliklere gidiyordum, katılıyordum, insanların yanında oluyordum, girişimlerin yanında oluyordum. Hani bugün şu fuay alanındaki girişimlerin %90'ına e-girişim olarak bir şekilde dokunmuşuzdur. Bazılarının hikayesi YouTube kanalımızda da var. Yani e-girişimi de buradan takip edebilirsiniz. Ufak bir reklam olsun. Yani o iç motivasyon, ya bana hep şunu soruyorlar. Ya Hilmi sen içerik üreticisin. Tamam gidip böyle bir AI yapmıyorsun, bir SaaS yapmıyorsun, bir mobile app yapmıyorsun vesaire. Bir içerik üreticisin. Hani neden bu kadar? Bu motivasyonunu nereden sağlıyorsun? Ben hep şey diyordum, o success story var. Aslında o success story benim değil. O success story, o girişimlerin başarıları bir gün başarılı olduklarında benim için asıl success story o zaman başlıyor. Ben bundan yıllar önce onlarca, yüzlerce girişim paylaştım. Bu girişim kuruldu, bu girişim yola çıktı. Okey, çok güzel. Bir gün onlar yatırım aldıklarında, global açıldıklarında, exit ettiklerinde ya da ilk ürünlerini çıkardıklarında ya da ilk faturalarını kestiklerinde benim başarı hikayem asıl ortaya çıkıyordu. Ben onlarla mutlu oluyordum. Hatta şey vardır, ben girişimlerin, beni Twitter'dan takip edenler varsa bilir, hep böyle önden yatırım haberi vermeyi çok seviyorum ama adı belli değil. Bir girişim şu kadar yatırım alacak, işte şu sektörde. Hep bana şey diyorlar, Hilmi sen girişimcinin kendisinden daha fazla heyecanlısın. İşte bu iç motivasyonla olan bir şey. Hatta bazı girişimcilerin yatırım haberlerini alıyordum, girişimciye arıyordum. Abi diyordum, bir yatırım almışsınız, işte şu detay eksik, onu sen nereden biliyorsun diyordu bana kurucunun kendisi. Sen nereden biliyorsun? İşte bu birazcık iç motivasyonla ve yılların verdiği emekle olan bir şey. Bu şekilde sonra yola çıkan engellerden sonra dedim ki abi dedim ben bu süreci atlatırım. Bu başıma gelen her şey bir durulur. Kendimi yeniden yola çıkarım. Sonra dedim kitle fonlamaya çıkarım. Ya kitle fonlamayı biliyordum. 6-8 aydır biliyordum. Ama bir türlü şey yapmıyordum böyle. Hani kitle fonlamaya tam ısınamamıştım. Hani tam nedir, nasıl olur? Şu an 40-50 tane girişim Türkiye'de kitle fonlamayla yatırım aldı. Ve başarılı bir şekilde de ilerliyor. Yani şöyle siz kitle fonlama nedir diye soracak olursanız en basit tabirle siz artık cebinizdeki 5 lirayla, 10 lirayla, 20 lirayla bir girişimin hikayesine ortak oluyorsunuz. Melek yatırımcı olmanıza 40 bin dolar, 100 bin dolar yatırım yapmanıza gerek yok. Bugün Fongogo olsun, fon bulucu olsun ve diğerleri olsun. O platformlara girdiğinizde girişimlerin hikayelerine ortak olabiliyorsunuz. Olay bu. Sonra ben bu süreçten sonra dedim ki Hakan abi tekrar aradı. Dedi ki artık dedi kitle fonlamaya çıkalım. Çıkalım dedim abi. Yaklaşık işte 37,5 milyon TL değerlemeden işte bir kitle fonlamaya çıktık. 2,25 milyon TL. Dedim ki Hakan abi dedim bak bu para dedim hani desteklemek isteyen çok. Biz bunu 5 milyon civarı yapalım. Hani insanlar dedim hani girişim hikayesinde ortak olmak isteyen çok insan var dedim. Yok dedi olmaz dedi. 2,25'te biz kitle fonlamaya çıktık. Yani kaç günlük açtık kampanyayı? Yanlış olmasın. 21 günlük açmıştık. Kampanya süreleri var. Ve bu kitle fonlama süreçleri de MKK'ya, SPK'ya, Takas Bank'a full bunlara tabi bir sistem. Yani dakikasında açılır, dakikasında kapatılır. Daha öncesinde giriş yapamazsın, çıkış yapamazsın vesaire vesaire. Yani biz 21 günlük açtığımız kitle fonlamayı 18 saatte falan tamamlamıştık. Hatta böyle yüzlerce insan bana yazıyor. İşte biz de böyle kitle fonlama sürecine dahil olacaktık vesaire. Dedim inşallah bir sonraki tura. Yani neden kitle fonlamada e-girişim fonlandı? İlk içerik platformuydu. Yanlış olmasın, evet. Herkesin product'ı var, SaaS'ı var, AI var. İşte ürünler çıkarıyorlar, donanım var, yazılımı var. Hani ortada böyle iyi girişimler varken bir içerik platformunun kitle fonlamada başarıya ulaşması. Ya çünkü o süreçte bir melek yatırım grubu geldi, bana kitle fonlamanın 2 katı üzerinde bir teklif etti. Ben dedim bir melek yatırım grubundan bu fonlamayı almayacağım. Çünkü e-girişim bir kitlenin ürünü. Arkasında bir kitlenin hikayesi olmalı. Bir melek yatırım grubunun hikayesi olmamalı. Belki dedim abi sonraki turlarda siz dahil olursunuz dedim. Ya çünkü bir melek yatırım grubundan bir medya şirketi yatırım aldığında veya bir satın alındığında, bu günümüzde de var geleneksel medyada, yani siz örnek veriyorum A melek yatırımcısından yatırım aldınız, B'nin haberini yapıyorsunuz, 10 tane haberini yaptınız. Kimse bir şey demez ama A'nın haberini bir kere yaparsanız bu sefer hissiyatı oluyor. Ya bak işte yatırım aldı da onların haberini yapıyor. Yok ben bugün yatırım aldığım ya da almadığım herkese e-girişim olarak hem yatırım ağlarına hem kuluçka merkezlerine hepsine biz eşit mesafedeyiz. Türkiye'de de bugüne kadar bütün kuluçka merkezleriyle çalıştık, tanıştık. Etohum da bir kuluçka merkeziydi. Etohum'un da bu İTÜ, SDKM'de çok emeği geçti 2011'li yıllarda, 2011-2012'li yıllarda. ETOM'da bir hızlandırma programıydı. Hatta Türkiye'nin ilk mi, ikinci mi ne hızlandırma programıydı. Şimdi neredeyse 100'den fazla program var. Hani ekosistem de o günden bugüne çok fazla gelişti ve değişti. Neyse işte biz kitle fonlamaya çıktık. Başarılı bir şekilde tamamlandık. İşte kaç kişi dahil oldu? 1246 yatırımcı e-girişime yatırım yaptı. Burada 1247 diyor ama şöyle merak ettiğim için ben de Hilmi Öğütçü olarak kendi şirketime, anonim şirket olduğu için yatırım yaptım. Onun için ben 1246 diyorum. 47. de benim. Öyle bir merak ettim nasıl yatırım yapılıyormuş vesaire diye. İşte kitle fonlamada da şöyle bir şey var. Siz hedeflediğiniz tutarı sadece alabiliyorsunuz. Ben 2.25 hedeflemiştim. Fazlasını da istememiştim. 3.1 topladık. Bekleyen 3 milyon falan vardı. Daha yatırım yapmamış da bir 4 milyon falan vardı. Yani bugün biz 2.25'te değil de 12 milyonla falan kitle fonlamaya çıkmış olsaydık onu da toplayacaktık. Yani rakamlar böyleydi. Dedim inşallah bir sonraki turlara işte 2.25 aldık. Şimdi de kitle fonlama da bu arada o kadar kolay bir şey değil. Normalde siz bir melek yatırım grubundan yatırım aldığınızda orada muhatap olduğunuz 3-5 insan var. Burada 1246 tane kişi var yani. Yani şirketinizin ortağı olan 1246 kişi var. Gerçekten sorumluluğunuz çok büyük. Ben bu büyük sorumluluğu üzerime almak için zaten kitle fonlama sürecine girdim. Kitle fonlama. Yani benim hikayem dedim, ben okuyucularımla, ben beni sevenlerle, ben beni takip edenlerle bir hikaye yazıyorum dedim. Yıllarca onlarla birlikteyim dedim. Ve onların da bu hikayeye 1 lirayla, 5 lirayla, 10 lirayla, 50 lirayla, 150 bin lirayla ortak olmasını istedim. Sağ olsun burada da çok fazla girişimci de, startup da e-girişimi destekledi. Yani hepsinin bir adı var Hilmi Öğütçü olarak e-girişimde. Ne demiştik sunumumuzun başlığı? Sıfırdan kitle fonlamaya olan süreç. Evet sıfır. Ben birazcık şeydim, bütün girişimcilerin ya bütün yatırımcıların bende gördüğü bir şikayet vardı. One man show. Halen günümüzde de bu bazen kullanılıyor. One man show. Nasıl? Ben e-girişimi 2012'den 2019'a kadar tek başıma yürüttüm. Yani tek başımaydım. Kamerayı kendim çekiyorum. Yani video montaj, Adobe Premiere öğrendim, Final Cut öğrendim, işte ne bileyim Photoshop öğrendim. Bütün içerikleri kendim üretiyorum. Haberleri önden alıyorum, gece hazırlıyorum, sabah yayınlıyorum, işe gidiyorum, geliyorum vesaire derken böyle tek başıma bir süreç geçirdim. Sonra kitle fonlamayla birlikte dedim ki artık bu böyle olmuyor. Çünkü orada fon kullanım raporunda da dedim ki bir ekip olmalıyız. Şimdi de ufakça bir ekipleştik, 3 kişiyiz toplamda. Esentepe'de de bir tane ofisimiz var. Eğer bir gün uğrarsanız, yolunuz düşerse uğrayın. Ufak bir kafe alanı gibi bir şey yaptım. Sosyal alan gibi bir şey yaptım. Çünkü kitle fonlamadan yatırım almış bir girişimsin. Seni şimdi ziyaret edenin, çay içenin çok olur. Öyle de oluyor. Yani ufak bir sosyal alan yaptık. Kahvemiz var, çayımız var, tostumuz da var. Hani bekleriz. Esentepe'de. Adres paylaşayım ya. Haberler Sokak No 1. Yani daha ötesi olamazdı bu. Hani asla unutmayacağınız bir adres. Yolunuz düşerse mutlaka uğrayın. İşte kitle fonlama süreci de bittikten sonra bizi egirişim.com'dan normal takip edebilirsiniz günlük haberler. Bütün sosyal medyada e-girişim olarak varız. Bunun haricinde anlatacağım bir şey kaldı mı diye düşünüyorum. Ya 7-8 dakikam var ama biraz erken bitireceğim. Eğer sorularınız veya yorumlarınız varsa da dışarıda sizi bekliyor olacağım. Bana da bütün sosyal medya hesaplarım üzerinden ulaşabilirsiniz. Hani şunu son kez tekrarlamak istiyorum. Bugün öğrencisiniz. Bu yıllar, bunu söyleyen yine 1000. insan olabilirim. Geçecek. O kadar hızlı geçecek ki. Bugün neyi denerseniz kârlısınız. Öğrenciyken, henüz sorumluluğunuz azken sizden beklenti, hani öğrencilik beklentilerini saymıyorum. Gerçek hayata atıldığınızdaki o beklentiler bugün yok. Bugün en yakın arkadaşlarınızla, sevdiğiniz ya da sevmediğiniz arkadaşlarınızla bir iş kurmaya çalışın, bir şey denemeye çalışın ve şu mesajı da vermek istiyorum. Asla ayrımcılık yapmayın. Yani bir startupta veya bir şirkette bazı şirketler vardır. Çok uluslu diye böyle bir adı vardır. Çok uluslu şirket. Yani sizin girişiminiz veya sizin bulunduğunuz ekip de bütün düşüncelerden, bütün görüşlerden, bütün din, dil, ırk derler ya, insanlar olabilir. Farklı kültürlerle, farklı insanlarla çalışmayı öğrenin. Çalışmak zorundasınız. Hani bunu size sevmelisinizden daha çok çalışmak zorundasınız. Çünkü bir gün iş hayatına atıldığınızda gerek takım arkadaşınız, gerek müşteriniz o kadar farklı kültürden, o kadar farklı bir düşünceden insan olacak ki onunla uyumlu olabilmek için bugünden başlamalısınız. Teşekkürler.
Hilmi Öğütçü'ye çok teşekkür ediyoruz. We'd like to thank Hilmi Öğütçü for his speech. And this brings us to the end of day one of Takeoff Istanbul International Startup Summit. Thanks for being with us today. It was a very busy day and tomorrow will be busier. Until then, take care and enjoy your time here. I'll see you tomorrow.